Hello, Let's Read here, and welcome back to what's going to be a very long video and a very troublesome video for myself. There's not going to be any argument about that. This is going to be a very long and tedious video on my part. But here I am, ready to deliver. So, due to the events of the most recent and potentially last major DLC of Destiny 2 coming up, quite literally in a couple of days, which will be known as the final shape, I had been planning and wanting to make a lore video to encompass everything that had happened during the events of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 in total. I literally just wanted to make a lore video that would explain everything that had happened. I wasn't going to go insanely detailed into this video. I wasn't going to go super deep. I wasn't going to explain everything like a madman would. But a part of me still said and sat there and thought to myself, I do want to make a video. I do want to at least make an explanation of what's happening. So here I am. This is that lore video, and I will try my best to explain everything that happens in this game. That's menial. That explains what happens in the story. That does not have anything to do with anything background or uninformative or unimportant whatsoever. And unfortunately, I am no incredible expert. I am no incredible editor or the greatest of the greatest YouTubers, so this will not be the greatest visual representation of lore. I will not have cutscenes. I will not have the most impeccable storytelling descriptiveness. But I will have a video that explains all of Destiny's lore. And I want to say this right here, right now. I want to make a major disclaimer here and now for anyone and everyone to see and hear and watch and replay over and over and over again. There is a YouTuber. There is a very big Destiny lore YouTuber. His name is My Name is Bife. This intellectual, this madman, this wrinkly-brained genius of a man has just made a video explaining not the pivotal points of the narrative, everything. This man explained everything in Destiny lore, from the beginning of history to current day events. It is a 10-hour video. If you want the absolute most up-to-date details with perfection, no incorrectness, no misspelling, no stutterings, no wrong names, no anything. If you want to know 110% everything that happens in this game, I absolutely recommend you go watch that man's video, because this video will not be that video. My Name is Bife. That absolute, underrated, intellectual deserves all, and I do mean this, all the credit that goes to his way. That bastard has worked so hard on Destiny for his lore videos, for content, for everything he's ever done on his channel. And even then, he's pushed more. He's done Doom more, he's done Anthem more, he's done fucking Warframe lore. He's done so much. And yet he keeps putting in some of the greatest effort plausible to Destiny specifically, and I want that to be acknowledged. So if you want the best video out there, this is not that video. Do not like, do not comment, do not subscribe, get the fuck out. Go watch My Name is Bife. If you want the entire story of Destiny and Destiny 2 dumbed down edition, you want the Destiny for Dummies book, you want that? This is your video. So without further ado, hello legendary players, and welcome to my first lore video of everything that is vital and important that happens in Destiny for Dummies. I cannot guarantee how long this video will be, because I make my videos to the point that I make the full thing and then I edit it later. So unfortunately, I have no idea how long this is going to be. But I have my script ready. I have my timeline set. And right now, I am prepared to tell you the entire history, story, dichotomy, everything of everything about Destiny. This is Destiny. The full beginning, middle, and end. Now, I want to say this here and now. I am not going to be going over every nitty-gritty detail. I'll be going over the bare basics, certain explanatives that need to be explained, and I will move on so that way we can get from the very beginning to the very end of Destiny. To start our story off, we have to start off at the very beginning. Something was happening on Mars. Something strange. Something unexplained. Something so horrifying that the entirety of the world's leaders, the most powerful people, got together and said, we need to put everything at hold because something alien is happening to our neighboring planet, and we need to figure that out. So the world leaders banded together and created a rocket that would send them and their 3 most prominent astronauts to the planet Mars to discover only what could be described as hope. A Russian, a Chinese, and an American astronaut found a planet-changing paracausal entity that they then henceforth called the Traveler. That is the Traveler. That giant white tennis ball is the Traveler. A mass paracausal being that traveled from moon to planet to planet to moon, essentially all over the Sol system. And it changed everything. With the coming of the Traveler, it sent the human civilization into what they called a golden age. It was the time of peace, prosperity, and evolution. The Traveler terraformed planets that were not habitable for human life and turned them into paradises. Mercury, the closest planet to the sun, was a garden world. Mars was changed into a paradise. Venus was a jungle prospering with life. The Traveler changed everything. And when it came to Earth, it gave us its gifts. It allowed human lifespans to be practically tripled. It increased technology and weaponry to such a vast understanding and statement. We could finally see the stars with jump ship technology, with engrams that microscopically changed the size of anything and everything nearby. It allowed us the creation of robotic beings called exos that we could swap our memory and consciousness into. It allowed us to truly begin to see the universe beyond our world. And everything was gorgeous and beautiful and golden. Until it wasn't. Then, the darkness came. The darkness sent us into an event we will forever call the collapse. The darkness surrounded the Traveler, choking it, gutting it, if you will. It permanently sent the entirety of our universe from this golden age, this perfect planetary world, into hell. Planets that were once livable were being changed into natural disaster zones. Acid rain beginning to reform on Venus. Wildfires, natural disasters, hurricanes, tidal waves rising, everything. Planets that were terraformed into these perfect, prosperous places changed into absolute disasters, reverting back to what we once saw them as. Deserts. Distraught utopias destroyed in the span of days because of the darkness. And not only was that because of the darkness, it was also because of what followed the darkness. Its forces, its minions. Or just really unfortunate timing of convenience and coincidence. You see, when the darkness arrived, it also brought other aliens with it, be it unintentionally. There were 4 races that followed behind. The Cabal, a mass set of totalitarian dictatorship-like empire of what we're going to call and refer space turtles. The Cabal were an empire of these warriors that set here to this universe to conquer everything. Take what they wanted and call it home. The Vex, a mass set of robotic humanoids that came here to turn our universe into their form of perfection. They did not speak, they did not feel. They came, they saw, they destroyed, they changed, and they are still here. The Fallen. The Fallen are actually a different species, because we don't exactly call them the Fallen. That is what we nicknamed them. What they're actually called is the Elixni. You see, long ago, the Elixni also encountered the Traveler. And just like us, they experienced the coming of the darkness. They experienced a golden age that sent them into heights unimaginable. Evolution beyond evolution. And then the darkness came and began to snuff the light out. As an act of defense, the Traveler ran away, escaped, left. But because of that, the darkness decided to follow the Traveler. Follow it to another system where it would receive its another gift and take it away from that species yet again. The Elixni, unlike us calling it the collapse, the Elixni called it the whirlwind, because everything that was so quickly given to them was blown away almost just as immediately. Their home planet of Reese was turned into a wasteland, one that the Elixni could not live at anymore, so they had no choice but to take to the stars and traverse across the universe where they could find a home. They traveled from universe to universe, finding the Soul System, and not only finding a home that wasn't destroyed by the events of the darkness, but also found their old god, giving the very same gifts they once received to a new species, one that they felt undeserving, one that they felt betrayed by. So these Fallen, these space pirates, did anything and everything they could to take their god back, or destroy it, or die trying. If we're being honest, it's a lot of die trying. And finally, the more complex of the lore, the Hive, actual missionaries of the darkness themselves. The Hive have a much more complex lore, and I'm actually going to be delving into all of this, or at least majority of it, just so that way we understand things. Me explaining the Vex, the Cabal, is one thing. The Hive and the Fallen have a backstory that tie into future events. It will not be explained why it ties into right now, but further down the line, I will explain it. I apologize, that's how this is going to be. But the Hive. You see, long, long ago, before the traveler found Earth, as the traveler was traveling, of course, from universe to universe, it had found a small planet by the name of Fundament. And of course, the darkness followed. But we're not here to discuss the planet of Fundament and how it's going to be receiving the gifts of the traveler. No. We're here to discuss completely different matters, like politics. You like politics? I like politics. Politics is so interesting. I get to hear two people argument about things that they don't really want to do all day long. I even love different types of politics, like a monarchy, like a kingdom. And that is where our lore begins. The Osmium Dynasty, one of many kingdoms in this mass oceanic planet called Fundament. The Osmium Dynasty is where our story begins, with the assassination of the Osmium King. The assassins slit the neck of the Osmium King, of the mighty species, and by mighty, I mean mighty small species, called the Krill. The Krill were one of thousands of species that filled up the oceans of Fundament. But the Osmium Dynasty was still a dynasty. It was still a kingdom that was taking up water, that still had royalty, that still had blood, that still had power. Assassins had taken the life of the Osmium King, and after having just witnessed this, the children of the Osmium King ran for their lives. But right before they ran, one of the daughters of the Osmium King quickly took their father's worm familiar that would allow them to help at least have something of a reminder of their father before they completely abandoned their royalty-like life, I suppose you could say. They swam and they swam and they swam until they thought they were at a safe passage. But they figured they needed to go somewhere absolutely safe where they could not be found. Nowhere whatsoever that anyone could find them. The daughter that took the worm familiar was concerned and worried for everything that had just happened, wondering how they had a chance in hell to survive. That is, until the worm familiar that belonged to their father began to speak to her, whisper to her. Words. Horrid words. The worm familiar confessed that they should go deep into the waters of Fundament, to a nearby cave. The daughter, not knowing that this thing could fucking talk, decided to listen to it. They found a cave deep within the waters of Fundament, and they traversed through it, looking for safety. The worm kept whispering to them horrid things. Drown in the deep. Drown in the deep. The three children traversed deeper into the cave until they found what seemed to be a massive leviathan. For some context, a leviathan is a world-eating worm. It just eats planets. It's cool. The leviathan looked at the three osmium children and looked upon them and said, "Go no further. GTFO, or you're going to die." But of course, the three Krill kings, the three Krill children of the Osmium Dynasty, sat there and thought to themselves, well, we could either die or we could die. We don't really have much option here, now do we? That is, until, of course, the worm familiar started speaking horrible things. The worm familiar again whispered to the daughter, "Drown in the deep. Deeper. We must travel deeper." So, of course, like sociopaths, they trusted the damn worm. They ignored the pleadings of the massive world-eating worm, the Leviathan, And they swam deeper into the cave until they found a mass opening that led them to these 5 great beings, these 5 worms, these 5 worm gods. Akka, Er, Ur, Yul, and Zol. The 5 worm gods look at these 3 krill children and say to them, "You should have gotten the fuck out. Now we have the chance to kill you and eat you." But the 3 children did not take threat to this, for they sat there and thought, this could be an opportunity. These gods are gods. We could barter with them. We could deal with them. So the most cunning of them all, the daughter that held the worm familiar, decided to barter with them. "What if we could get you a different kingdom? Not 3 measly krill, but an entire kingdom to feast upon." The 5 gods found this tempting, but not just tempting. They enhanced upon the deal. They called their bluff, they called their bet, and they said, "How about something else? We give you our larvae to feed upon your soul, and you will feed them with conquest, with death, with slaughter, with genocide. You will feed all of our children and us gods. And you will feed them with more than just a kingdom. You will feed them with planets. You will feed them with death beyond innumerable comprehension. But not only will we give you our larvae for you to eternally feed for forever, we will give you a new chance at life. We will give you power and strength like you have never known. We will make you our disciples, our protégés. We will make you gods. We will make you kings of something more than just an osmium dynasty. Kings and gods of death." And then, henceforth, they took the deal. They ingested their larvae and became so much more. The 3 children were then turned and transformed and ascended to gods. The one son then changed to Urix, god of the hive. One daughter was then henceforth changed to Zivu Arath, the god of war. And the most cunning of them all, the one who took the worm familiar and guided them deep into the waters of fundament, her name Sothona, was changed into Savathun, god of lies and trickery. From that point then, they returned to their osmium dynasty, slew and killed their assassins, proceeded to grant the larvae to everyone else of the krill, henceforth changing from krill to hive. And not only did they slaughter everything and everyone, they took to the stars and they traveled from planet to planet, traversing across multiple galaxies, slaughtering and feeding their worms for their gods and for the sake of themselves and their own power. Now, that was many, many lifetimes ago. We're going to cut forward a little bit. Not quite to when the traveler reaches Earth, but sometime after the events of becoming the Hive. The 3 hive gods, Savathun, Urix, and Zivu Arath, have gained some power. They've practically become the kings and queens of the hive. They've become gods, yes. But there's something that's bothering them. They could be more. They are aware of something strange out there. They are aware of a power that's not denounced to them, but their gods have it, and they are aware that they themselves, too, can have it. They want it. Savathun is aware of this power. It's something like the realm between realms, something called the Ascendant Plane, something that they can traverse through and end up from point A to point B without going through light years of space. Savathun then dictates something incredible. She finds out that beings of grand power can still control a small subset of the Ascendant Plane for themselves, as if transversing their spirits, their soul, to command a small area of this Ascendant Plane. She needed to figure out how she could do it. She needed to find a way to traverse her soul into the realm between realms. So, like the cunning genius she is, she killed herself. Yeah, she really thought that went through. Savathun killed herself and ascended in between the realms of the Ascendant Plane. And with incredible strength, she found a way to take seize and control of it. And not only take seize and control of it, but to steal it. To become more than what she is. And not only to become more than what she is, but to become stronger. This is known as a throne world. It's a little space in pocket infinity where basically anyone of high enough being can, technically speaking, be safe. With the power of the Ascendant Plane and the throne world now in the hands of Savathun, she quickly tells her siblings. Quite simply, she tells Xivu Arath, "Hey, sis, go kill yourself." And then she simply goes to tell Oryx, "Hey, bro, go kill yourself." And they do just that, and they become gods. They have their own throne world. And because of this, they then henceforth create something brand new. Sword logic. This is the faith and the religion and the belief of the Hive. Now I know what you're thinking. What the hell is sword logic? Well, sword logic is simply put into two rules, like a double-edged sword. One rule acts as the cutting edge, while the other one has a way of stabbing yourself in the back. The first rule of sword logic is that you must take, like how Savathun took her own life to acquire a stronger set of power. And the second rule is that which dies must remain dead, and that which lives was meant to kill it. Savathun killed herself and remained alive, meaning that she is more powerful than anything else. Once she told Oryx and Xivu Arath of this, they too became even more powerful, leading to a whole new plane of problems. Leading to a whole new plane of dichotomy of all things. So basically what the sword logic means is that, say you work for a business. You're not the manager, you're not the owner, you're just a simple co-worker. You're the lowest of the low. Well, let's say that small, measly little co-worker committed a murder. Technically speaking, the strength and power that co-worker would have gained from committing a murder, that strength and power that they gained also moves up the chain of command. So it moves up to their manager and their manager's boss and the owner. That is technically how the sword logic works. That which dies was meant to die, and that which lives was meant to kill it. So if someone was I don't know what you want to say, a grunt worker that believed under the rule of Savathun instead of Oryx or Xivu Arath, that grunt could commit mass crimes, mass genocide, and the death that one grunt would cause would strengthen and empower them, but also would strengthen and empower the higher-ups. Their leaders, their generals, and then even Savathun herself. meaning that over time, the three hive gods became even more powerful than they realized they could have become. But Urix is still disturbed by this. He understands the whole process of everything. He understands that in order to gain power, he must take it. But he wants to become something that can do the taking. He doesn't want to have to kill everything in sight. He just wants to have it. He wants to take it. So he goes to his 5 worm gods, and Urix pleads with them. I must learn how to acquire a power so unbelievable that I can take everything to fulfill our religion, our beliefs, everything. Only one worm spoke up, and that is Akka, the Keeper of Secrets. Akka looks at Urix and says, I will share with you this power of taking, the power to steal the mind, body, and soul of anything and everything. All you need do is be powerful enough to kill me. So Urix took that challenge. And it would either lead in one of 2 ways. Either Akka eats Urix, and there are 2 hive gods, or Urix kills Akka and transcends beyond anything, becoming the most powerful hive god of them all. And that is exactly what he does. Urix takes the blade and severs the head of one of his own worm gods, claiming its power for his own. He even used the corpse of Akka to create his own ascendant plane and make it a mobile war machine called the Dreadnought. He then became known as something else. He wasn't just the god of death or the god of strength or the god of pain. He was something beyond that. He had transcended, again, from Sithona to Savathun, from Iurix, because apparently that was his original name, to Urix. From, I don't even know what Zivu Arath's proto-name was, but something ridiculous, like Ziva Arayayayayeth, to Zivu Arath. Urix had transcended one more time to something even more grandeur than that. To Oryx the Taken King, the perfect being of their religion. Now in control of a small place of the Ascendant Plane and in control of taking anything he wants, he had become the most powerful hive god of his people and his religion. And with that, I now end the lore of the hive and continue the lore of the darkness and how they found their way to our system. The collapse. The darkness found its way to our system, hunting the traveler as it had done so many times before. And like I said earlier, it brought everything with it. The Fallen, the Cabal, the Hive, and the Vex. It pushed itself to the edge of the system. The Traveler had begun another escape. But with the incredible power of the Golden Age and the technology it brought us, we prepared for something similar to this. You see, there are many companies within the world of Destiny. One company is known as Clovis Bray, named after the jackass himself, Clovis Bray. He, with the incredible technology that was produced in the Golden Age, he created an incredible advancement in technology called a war mind. He used the power of artificial intelligence and gave it a sole purpose to defend the Sol system. This is a war mind. This war mind was named Rasputin. Rasputin was the defender of the Sol system, and when the darkness came, Rasputin did everything it could to defend this system. But it wasn't enough. Sooner or later, civilians were being lost. Planets were being not necessarily destroyed, but terraformed back into their pre-perfect world. Rasputin, just like humanity, was being backed into a corner, and something was beginning to happen. The Traveler was beginning to do something. Rasputin then made a decision right then and there to let the Traveler do whatever it was going to do, while keeping all eyes and ears on it to make certainty that it wouldn't leave. Because that is the second thing that Rasputin thought. It believed in one of two things. It believed that the Traveler was either A, going to act right then and there, or B, hightail it the fuck out. And if it hightailed it, let's just say the Traveler was not going to exist anymore. And then the Traveler chose option A. Thank God for that. The Traveler caused a mass beam of light and pushed back the darkness. But unfortunately coming at a cost. And that cost was itself. Or at the very least, maybe not the death of the Traveler, but the slumber of the Traveler. The Traveler had caused itself to, I guess you could say, short circuit. Or really just say, it's time to rest. With the darkness now pushed outside the Sol system, the Traveler was done. But it did leave us one last gift. The ghosts. This begins the Dark Ages. Now with new enemy forces within the confines of our system. The darkness is gone, sure. That doesn't mean the space pirates, war turtles, evil fish people, and robots. That doesn't mean any of them are gone. Far from it. That just means they're still here. Sadly. These alien races are here and they're causing trouble for everything and everyone. The Hive slowly infested the moon. Cabal took over Mars. The Vex started taking over planets like Mercury, Venus, even Io, a moon of Jupiter, and Enceladus, a moon of Jupiter again. Everything was going to hell. But there was one thing that could help fight them back. We just didn't know it yet. These small little robots, called the Ghosts, had arisen, and they had begun to scour and scourge across the universe for bodies, for corpses, and it used the power of the light, the same power that the Traveler used, and it resurrected them. It brought these people back to life. Civilians had begun to call them the Risen. And the Risen had slowly and surely kind of become part of one of two factions. Warlords or Iron Lords. The Risen had realized they had been given a chance at not only immortality, but practical, near omnipotence. Because they had powers. Powers to control aspects of the physical world. Solar flares. Void emptiness and arc conduction. They had the ability to bend everything to their will if they so chose to, which caused a mass turf war. The Warlords believed that they could do whatever they wanted, regardless of reasoning, while the Iron Lords believed that there should be some form of installation and order. After a long feud, I suppose you could say, they both came to a conclusion that regardless of what they believe is right, they should defend the civilians of this world. The people who have no powers, the people who cannot defend themselves from both the actions of the darkness, the missionaries of the darkness, and the Risen themselves. So, they did everything they could to start acting more like heroes of sorts, in a technical sense of things. The Dark Ages were tough times. There was no set of civilization. There was no set of safety. Everywhere they went, there was a set of darkness lurking around, be it the Vex trying to turn them into their ideal of perfection, which is apparently a Minecraft server, the Cabal trying to enforce some form of their empire upon this universe, which really just stayed to Mars for some reason, so if you weren't on Mars, you were practically safe from them. The Hive, which had infested the moon to such a level of discrepancy that the Risen, that everyone had basically stated the Hive is a no-fly zone. Or the space pirates that were eating babies. I wish I was joking, there's actual lore about that. The Fallen ate children. So, after a much-needed realization that we're kind of fucked if we do nothing, so we should probably do something, the Risen had created a city. One last aspect of civilization. They had begun with a small village that slowly turned bigger and bigger and bigger, until we called it the Last City. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It laid right where the traveler once stood tall. A city dedicated to worshipping a fallen god that would not reawaken for some time. Albeit, the relationship between the Risen and the civilians was not perfect, it was still available. And everything was still livable. And somewhat hospitable. And everything would be perfectly fine. That was until something known as the Battle of Six Fronts happened. The Battle of Six Fronts was the day Risen were no longer just warlords or iron lords. It was the day that they were then recognized as the protectors of the last city. It was the day they were then changed and nicknamed Guardians. You see, the Battle of Six Fronts was when, out of nowhere, multiple groups of fallen, mass hordes of them, started rushing the city. A mass attempt to grab the attention of their once belittled god. The fallen had attempted to not only steal and destroy, but to pillage and kill all the humans nearby. Until these amazing, super-powered superheroes came out of nowhere and defended them. This was the Battle of Six Fronts, because in 6 diagonal points around the last safe city, a group of very muscular and beefy Risen held what seemed to be an unbreakable wall around this city. They stopped at nothing to make absolute certainty that the Fallen would not get in, that they would push any threat out of the city, and that they would keep it that way. The Guardians were born then, and they were all changed to something new. The strength and the indomitableness of certain Guardians were then nicknamed Titans. The intelligence and the wizardry of others donned them as warlocks. And the stealth, style, and swag would don them the name of hunters. Titans, warlocks, hunters, Guardians were born of the Battle of Six Fronts. It was a beautiful thing. It was at this realization that they realized, oh my god. It was at this moment that they realized this was the last city, but this was not safe. So with the help of both the civilians and the Guardians, They built a wall around the traveler, a wall around the people they wanted to keep safe. After the building of this wall, it felt almost as if the Dark Age was over, and thus began a new time period. Thus began the City Age. Thus began the last safe city. The city had finally begun to grow and flourish. The Guardians were finally to be trusted as a force of protection for the civilians, for the people. They even created a group of leaders, of generals, of communicators to be able to speak directly to the civilians. So that way they had a communication hotline to the Guardians. This group was then named the Vanguard. Through elected officials and, of course, a few gambles, they elected a Titan Vanguard, a Hunter Vanguard, and a Warlock Vanguard. So that way, at the very least, there'd be someone to be there for every single class of Guardian. And someone that could be a communicative representative for the civilians, so that way they can talk to. But this wasn't just a group of Guardians. This was a group of multiple other factions. Factions like New Monarchy. The people that literally wanted a new monarchy instead of following this kind of democracy-like style. Future war cults. People that believed that they could use technology to predict future conflicts, fights, wars, everything. And they wanted to prevent that. And even Dead Orbit. Dead Orbit believed that Earth was practically done for and there was no reason to protect the traveler. They believed that they should leave at all costs. They believed that there's no reason why anything on Earth was worth salvaging or saving. And of course, there was one group that I have a great time and a great struggle trying to pronounce. So I will pronounce them, and I will pronounce them differently every time because I suck at it. The Conquerdred. The Conquerdred believed that they should rally up a legion of men to fight against the darkness at all costs, as a direct threat, as a direct attack, not as an act of defense, but as an act of war. Unfortunately for the Conquerdred, they spoke so much about war that it kind of led to something called the Faction War. New Monarchy, Future War Cult, Dead Orbits, they all had disagreeing factors to the point that they wanted to kick out and extradite the Conquerdred. This war had led to such extravagant measures that the Vanguard came down with an iron fist and stated, if you don't get your shit together, you're all getting kicked out. Starting with the Conquerdred. The Conquerdred, led by their leader, Lysander, basically just said, well, GTFO. If they don't want a war, if they don't want a mass general of people, if they don't want an army, then they won't need or get an army. So Lysander and the Conquerdred left the tower for good. But this did have the Guardians thinking. Maybe we do need an army because there are many valiant threats out there. Let's try exploring our environments and seeing if there's anything we can go out there and find. Well, they found out everything I just said earlier. They went to Mars. They found the Cabal. They want nothing to do with the Cabal, so they said, hey, go there if you will, but do not interfere with them. They found multiple Vex strikes and inversions all over the solar system, on Mercury, on Venus. And they said, hey, we don't know what the Vex are, so if you go up against them, we will help you. But we can't guarantee our help will be of any worth. They looked at the Fallen and they said, the Fallen have distributed to different factions themselves. We will help you because we can take care of these beings, because they are at our front fucking door. If we couldn't do that, we would be worthless at this point. And then they looked at the Hive and they said, the Hive are powerful beings. The Hive are dangerous beings. In small packs we can handle them. But The massive pack on the moon, we refuse to deal with that. If you go to the moon, we will not help you. Unfortunately, to reinforce this theory, a handful of Guardians went to the moon. And the Vanguard thought to themselves, well, fine, we'll see if we can help them. They went there, and it turned into an all-out war. There were so many Hive that it unfortunately led to the lives of multiple Guardians. Guardians had met their final fate that day against the Hive, which reinstated the no-fly rule. The moon was a kill zone. Anyone that went there would practically be asking for no assistance from the Vanguard, and not only that, but would also be basically stating that if they leave, congratulations, because now they're practically a war criminal. Congratulations, you survived, but we'll ask you some questions and let you go on your merry way. So after traversing the universe, they realized they were surrounded. But they still had the last safe city. They still had the Traveler. They still have the light. They will act as the guiding fist of defense for the people. I mean, after all, they've already scoured the universe. It's not like there's anyone else in here. It's not like there's some secret society out there, is there, right? Wrong! I wouldn't have mentioned a secret society if there wasn't a secret society. At the farthest edges of the universe, there lies a mass wreckage of Golden Age ships that tried to flee during the events of the collapse. But unfortunately, these Golden Age ships were destroyed, but there were survivors. Somehow, in the midst of the wreckage, these survivors lived, evolved, and changed. Their skin becoming more prominently blue, their skin glowing and radiating some sort of aura, their eyes glowing. Glowing, glowing, glowing. These were no longer human beings. These were something brand new. This was a new species that had then dawned themselves as the Awoken. And we not only met this species firsthand, but we met their leader. A beautiful and secretive woman by the name of Queen Mara Sov had presented herself to the last safe city, and she stated, I am Queen Mara Sov, and I need your help. The Vanguard was very, very confused about this. Help with what? This turns out to act as the Great Ahamkara Hunt, or just known as the Great Hunt. Queen Mara Sov informed the Guardians and the Vanguard that there were these massive beings, not many of them, but still these massive beings called the Ahamkara. The Ahamkara are basically a species of wish-granting dragons. The Vanguard looked at them and said, okay, what do you need our help with? If you're such a powerful and benevolent species, a society of well-developed aliens, why should we help you? Mara Sov looked to them and said, because we will gift you royalties. We will gift you weapons of destruction. We will gift you glimmer. We will gift you anything you need to hunt and kill the Ahamkara. And also because you can die and come back. You can live through the great hunt of actually taking care of Ahamkara. My people, the Awoken, they cannot. They cannot. It was a risky deal, but it was made. The Vanguard made a deal with Queen Mara Sov that they would use the weapons that she provided to them, and after killing all the Ahamkara, return them. To very specifically, kill the Ahamkara. The Vanguard hunted down all the Ahamkara until there was allegedly nothing left to be found except for their bones. But Mara Sov warned them, be careful. Their bones still whisper. They still spill secrets of wanting to grant your wishes. If you will it so, and Ahamkara, regardless if it is dead or not, can and will grant your wishes. So you must be careful. Destroy the bones, or at least be strongly willed enough to not listen to its whispers. And so the Guardians did just that. Albeit there are some exotic armor pieces, and some very bold characters within the lore that held on to some of their bones. Thankfully, from what we know, nothing has come of that. And so, we now realized we were surrounded, but we were safe. We were not alone. We were not alone in this universe. And not only were we not alone in this universe, but we were the strongest force that could fight up against everything in this universe. We were the Guardians. And not only were we the Guardians, but we were the last safe city. We were the defenders of the last safe city. And we are the protectors of the light. And we are going to do anything and everything to become legend. And with that, that ends all of the pre-Destiny lore. We're now going to move on to the vanilla campaign of Destiny 1. Long after the sleeping, the death, if you will, of the Traveler. Long after the birth of the Ghosts. Long after the events of the Iron Lords and the Warlords. Long after the Vanguard, the Great Ahamkara Cunt, and many other small, big, and grandiose battles, there was you. Yes, you, the person watching this video. I'm talking to you. I'm talking directly to you. Why you may ask? Simply because he found you. Your ghost. After decades of searching, your ghost found you. Here. In a location known as Old Russia, the Cosmodrome. This is the beginning of your story. Your destiny. You were revived by your ghost in Russia. Resurrected, unaware of everything that's happened. And as you traversed through, being ushered through, trying to find some sort of jump ship to escape, you find a slew of whole new enemies. Fallen, Hive, Vex, and Cabal. You find your way to a beautiful location called the Tower, a home for Guardians, where you meet someone incredible named the Speaker, the man who speaks for the Traveler. He tells you of an upcoming battle. A battle that is far from now, and at the exact same time, right here, happening before our eyes. The Speaker tells you that the darkness is at our doorstep, everywhere. He tells you about the threats of the Fallen, the Vex, the Cabal, the Hive, everything. He tells you that no matter what has happened and what we pretend that we think we can do, everyone is scared. and urges you to do your best, to play your part, and to become legend. So that, my friend, is exactly what you intend to do. You go back to Cosmodrome, old Russia. You scourge through everything around you. You kill Fallen. You kill a captain. Something no Guardian within 24 hours of being resurrected has ever done, apparently. Quite literally, apparently. But you did it, and they loved you for it. You went around old Russia, exploring, killing, being a hero. You find something incredible. You find multiple Hive invasion ships. Fresh, recent ones. You realize that the Hive are slowly beginning a small invasion force on Earth. But you realize that the only desolate location that has the Hive is the one, the only moon. You traveled to the moon, not only to find the Hive, but you found something even greater. You found the Hellmouth, a mass infestation of Hive diving deep into the moon itself, driving it all the way to the core of this place. The moon was hell, and you had set your first step. And here it was that you had awoken the Hive. You delved deep within the Hellmouth, within the pits of the moon. And you found a room known only as the World's Grave. After slaughtering through countless hordes of this darkness, the light-suppressing Hive itself, you found a chunk of the Traveler within the World's Grave. You realized then and there the Hive were using their darkness, their power, their Hive magics and rituals to drain the Traveler of its light, slowly but definitely surely killing it. After realizing this, you take care of the Hive wizards nearby and you take back the chunk of the Traveler, releasing it back to the Traveler itself so it can finally begin to heal all these years after the events of the collapse. Congratulations, you became legends! Woohoo! Yeah, you saved the day. You did it. You did it. You totally did it. That's it. That's the end of the game. Call the video. Call the end. Call the producers. Get a soundtrack in here. We need everything for this. We need everything. This is gonna be perfect. This is. Why are there more lines in my script? There's more? What? We did it. We woke up. We started defeating the Fallen. We killed captains. We defeated powerhouses. Maybe not leaders, but we took care of captains. We came to a no-fly zone that was infested with Hive and Fallen. Can't forget those guys again. We woken up the Hive. We found a chunk of the Traveler. We saved the day. We're saviors. But unfortunately, that wasn't everything. And you had just been pranked. Get pranked, bitch. But unbeknownst to you, the instant you had saved the day, the instant you had become legend and a hero to some people, as the Guardian that within the span of potentially 24 hours to 48 hours did what no other Guardian could do, you didn't realize something important. You were being followed, tracked even, but not by the Vanguard, and not by the Hive. You're being tracked by someone different. And after the events of saving the day and becoming legend and all that, You were then messaged by this stranger. You were then told to go to a specific location. After being told to go to Venus, you went to the very specific coordinates that you're told to go to. Good job. And this is where you officially met... Well, we don't know their name. So let's just nickname him the Exo-Stranger. This is where you meet the hot, but very obvious stranger. She tells you about the upcoming threat, that the potential of the Vex could be. She tells you about a grave, imminent, prospering, possible, very statistically advanced, plausible problem in the nearby future. So you sit there and think to yourself, well, I've been such a do-gooder, might as well do some more good. Might as well kill some more kills. She tells you it's not that easy. She tells you that you need to kill the black heart of the Black Garden. Now, you're not exactly aware of what this is, so you ask questions. What the hell is the Black Heart? Where's the Black Garden? I've only been alive for 24 hours, people. I need answers. The Exo-Stranger tells you that she doesn't have time to explain. Of course she doesn't. But long story short, the Black Heart is allegedly supposed to be something of a physical manifestation of the darkness. It's the closest thing to the darkness that is currently in our universe. It was pushed back years ago, and this beating, pumping heart exists. It's here, and it's inspiring the Vex to become more powerful. This is our action. This is our motivation. To stop anything and everything. To stop this from prospering. So you ask where the Black Heart is. It's in the Black Garden. How do we get to the Black Garden? Everyone knows how to get to the Black Garden. Well, we don't. Who do we go? Who do we see? The Exo-Stranger then tells us that we need to go speak to the Awoken in the Reef. So, we vast and carefully, we valiantly go off to the vast edge of space to where the light barely touches the edge of the universe before everything turns pitch black and we see a light sheen of purple. And then we get halted by the Awoken guards. We demand to see Mara Sov. And we understood if Scary Lady couldn't talk to us, so we, utterly and kindly respected it if she couldn't. Thankfully, she had quite the opening for us. So your good old guardian you do yourself the greatest favor ever, and you go talk to Marasov, aka Mommy. I'm sorry about that joke. I wrote it in 3 weeks ago. I forgot I wrote it in. But still, you go see Marasov, who is very reluctant to talk to you. You find out one incredible thing. The Black Heart is in the Black Garden, and the Black Garden is a realm outside of space and time created by the Vex. So you're sitting there thinking to yourself, perfect, I can't go there, so how am I supposed to stop this thing? And then you get to meet Marasov's overprotective dick brother. Why is he a dick? Simple. Because Oldrinsov doesn't like Guardians. We're going to learn this lesson very quickly. So Oldrinsov taunts you with, oh no, you can't go somewhere that everyone else can go to. How poetic. Because Oldrinsov doesn't like Guardians. Marasov tells you, oh, we'll tell you the secret of how to get to the Black Garden. You just need to give us the head of a Vex Gate Lord. And Oldrinsov mocks you and taunts you, saying, oh, you don't have to go get a Vex Gate Lord head. You could just die or not return and be a coward. Because Oldrinsov doesn't like Guardians. So we look at the sexy mama and we say, oh, we'll be back with the head of a Vex Gate Lord. We go to Venus, find a giant Vex Skate Lord, behead it, bring it back to the to the reef, and we present them with the head of a Vex Skate Lord. And Aldrin Sov doesn't like Guardians, so he rips out the eye, which makes us learn the permanent life lesson that when it comes to the Vex, you should never aim for the head, because apparently that Vex Skate Lord was still alive when we brought its head to the reef. So Aldrin Sov looked at us and said, "Oh, it was still alive. I guess it's dead now, and I technically killed it. Therefore, you didn't do what we asked you to do. I brought us the head of a Vex Skate Lord. You didn't. So maybe you should just fuck off and go find some Fallen to kill." And repeat it with me here one more time, folks. Aldrin Sov did this because he doesn't like Guardians. But Mara, the queen of the Awoken and of the Reef, looks at the resentfulness and the sheer amazingness of how quickly the Guardian did this and thought to himself, he could be useful. You could be useful. So, reluctantly, Aldrin gives the Guardian the eye of the Vex Gate Lord, saying it's a key that will allow you to get into the Black Garden. There's a portal to the Black Garden on Mars. And Mara and Aldrin both look at the Guardian and say one thing. We helped you, Guardian. You owe us. Obviously not signifying anything for future context. And thus, we were on our way to Mars. And then, you went to Mars. But as I stated earlier, Mars was in fact being held by the Cabal Empire, or at the very least, a mass legion of Cabal. It was under Cabal control, therefore a mass war zone, should they be provoked. You didn't think it'd be necessary. You, being the awesome go-getter you are, pushed forward into the sand dunes, into the mountains and the deserts of Mars, finding this portal. And that's exactly what you did. At the heart of a Cabal base. Okay, so you may have had to kill a lot of Cabal, but don't worry, you did it just sneakily enough to the point that you found the portal and didn't alert them that you were there. Because you killed all the witnesses. Anyways, you found the portal, but unfortunately the portal wasn't activating, regardless of the fact that you had the Gate Lord eye. So, you're trying to figure out what the hell happened. You find out that the Cabal actually are using the Vex technology to power their systems. So, you delve to a different part of the Cabal base, making yourself much more noticeable, invoking the life lesson that we have gone to war with the Cabal, whether we wanted it or not. So you kill a ton of Cabal, you kill some guy with a minigun that looked like he was something of a general of sorts. Definitely not the Emperor, but, you know, something of a very powerful person that we should totally be weary of and afraid of. But anyways, I digress. You kill a lot of people, you reactivate the power source for the Cabal and get it rechanneled out to the Black Garden's portal, and finally, you get to the portal of the Black Garden. And you walk through it to find yourself in a world in between time and space. You find yourself in a realm outside of time and space. The birthplace of the Vex, somewhere no one expected you to go. The Black Garden. You find yourself surrounded by Vex. Not necessarily active, but definitely in something of a hibernated sleep mode, overgrown with the lush wildlife of this world. You traverse through deep into the world of the Black Garden until you find it. A mass black heart, beating, pulsing, thriving, acting as a conduit for the connective consciousness of all of the Vex around you. The closest thing to the darkness. And you were there to put a stop to it. That's exactly what you did. You slaughtered through hordes of Vex, defeating the most powerful Minotaurs. The Black Heart had used up all of its energy trying to slay you, and it didn't. It died trying to fight you. With the death of the Black Heart, the world, the universe was safe from the closest embodiment of darkness, and you had become legend. You saved the Traveler, and you stopped the darkness from appearing further into the world that you knew. All within the span of 24 hours, if you were quick enough. This exo-stranger appeared to you one last time, and gave you her very own rifle as a reward for your incredible heroism, telling you that there are more threats beyond the system, and that you will need to stop them. Because it's your destiny. Congratulations, Guardian! You have become legend. You struck at the heart of the Black Heart, and you killed it! The Black Garden was no longer a threat. The Vex were no longer a threat. Or at least we believed. This is where we encountered the first Destiny 1 raid, the Vault of Glass. After the events of the Black Heart, you were pretty much given accommodations. You were the hero of the tower. You were the man who practically stopped the darkness. So much applause, so much goodness coming your way. You are the Guardian. You do such a great job, and everyone should know that. Everyone should know that. But then you start thinking to yourself, man, the Vex are so strong. I wonder, is there anything else that the Vex have that we should be aware about? And the Vanguard finally kind of let you in a little family secret. There is something that the Vex have that Guardians have gone into and attempted to stop, destroy, steal, whatever, but they never came out. They never came back. This secret of theirs was known as the Vault of Glass. Allegedly, this was a tool, a device that allowed the Vex to use time as a tool, as a weapon. It allowed them to peer into time, see current and future events. It allowed them to alter whatever they saw fit to whatever they needed to happen, to be done, to fit their form of perfection for this universe. You and a band of Guardians gathered together and plunged yourself deep within the Vault of Glass. And you struck at the vast glass mind himself, Atheon, the Keeper of Time. You shattered him. You claimed your gifts, and you became known as legend. Again. And that actually wraps everything up for the vanilla campaign. You got revived, went to the moon, stole back a chunk of the Traveler from the world's grave, were informed by the exo-stranger of the closest thing to darkness, which was the Black Heart, talked with the Awoken of the Reef, was informed of where the Black Heart was, went to the Black Garden, stomped out the Black Heart, and that's it. That ends the vanilla campaign of Destiny 1. And it starts our next incredible expansion. The first expansion of Destiny. The Dark Below. The Dark Below. You see, after your discovery of this mass hive invasion coming to Earth, well, let's just say that was foreshadowing for something that was actually coming. And that was a legitimate hive invasion force. Apparently, after the events of the vanilla campaign, we got message that someone had escaped the Hellmouth. But who? Anyone that went down into the Hellmouth has never been seen before. Who was this incredible person? And oh my god, they stole the eyes of a witch. And this glowing soul rock. This person was none other than Eris Morn. Eris Morn was the survivor of a fire team that went down to the Hellmouth, and unfortunately, none of them survived. Every single one of them died except for Eris, in gruesome, horrible ways. But Eris survived. She found ways to cope and adapt to the darkness, and because of that, she has seen things no other Guardians have seen. With her 3 eyes. Bad joke, I'm sorry, but still. Eris has known and spotted that there is a very powerful hive force growing on the moon, and it's all being led by Crota. Who the fuck is Crota? You know, Crota the demigod. Demigod! Okay, so he's a demigod. Great. He's powerful. That's horrifying news. We need to have a plan. We need to stop him. Wait a minute, you said demigod, right? Yes, I did. I did say demigod. Doesn't that mean that need be the son of a god? According to normal god lore, yes. Who's he the son of? Oh, you know, he's just Crota, the son of Oryx, the most powerful taken god out there. The man who basically raised the hive. So we're killing one of the 3 hive gods' sons. Okay, sure. That works. So this is the dark below. You need to find a way to stop the darkness invasion force on the moon and kick Crota's ass. Which is exactly what you do. You make a plan. You see, you find Crota's lead general of the army. He's on Earth. You find him. You use his own sword and you shove it up his ass and kill him. And then what do? Well, you find this giant ogre that was a stutter. That's not necessary. You find this giant ogre that Crota was trying to control named Fogoth, and you kill that thing too. And then you find his wife, this screaming bitch named Omnigul, and you kill her! Maybe we're taking this a bit too far, but he's gonna invade Earth, so it doesn't really matter now, does it? So then, you find, deep within the Hellmouth, you find this massive crystal. Eris Morn tells you that with the powers of hive magic, they intend to use this crystal to teleport Crota from his ascendant plane, from his throne world, because he is a powerful hive being. He does own his own throne world. They're going to teleport him from his throne world to this realm of existence. That's bad. So you find this crystal, you destroy this crystal, and not only do you destroy this crystal, you stop him. You stop Crota from ever being able to enter our realm. At least until they build another crystal for him to enter our realm from. But congratulations! You did it. You saved the day. Crota can't enter this realm. You, yes, you, the Guardian, the good old go-getter Guardian, you stopped a demigod from murdering everyone. But that's not where it quite ends. Oh, no. That's not where it ends whatsoever. At all, I dare say. At all! You now need to face Crota himself. So you delve within the depths of the Hellmouth until you find a portal that leads to his ascendant plane, into his throne world. Now, I need to pause for just a brief moment and explain something. A little bit of lore, if you will. Explanatory lore. A throne world, like I stated, was basically an action of a personalized realm of ascendant plane that belonged to a very powerful hive being. But there are some extra rules to that. You see, a ghost revives a guardian, which means the ghost basically acts as the reviving act towards a guardian. The throne world does the same thing. If Crota came to our plane of existence and we killed him, Crota's soul, spirit, would be traversed through the Ascendant Plane and sent back to his throne world, where he's at his strongest, where technically he is almost omnipotent, almost invincible, almost unkillable, but he may be at his strongest, he's also at his weakest at the exact same time. But that doesn't make any sense. If we killed him, and he doesn't die outside of his throne world, how do we kill him? Simple. You kill him in his throne world. That's how all throne worlds work. But again, you must realize a throne world is the embodiment of that being. It is their soul. It is a physical manifestation of them. Traveling to their throne world is dangerous. Traveling there is the definition of suicide. Thankfully, we got plenty of suicidal guardians with us today, and they don't want to die. So, in the Crota's End raid, you and a group of guardians traverse deep within the Hellmouth, find a portal that traverses you into Crota's throne world. You build a bridge, take down his men, and challenge Crota head on. And with his own sword, you destroy him. You take down a demigod. You kill the son of Oryx. And thus ends the first Destiny expansion, The Dark. And with the ending of The Dark Below leads us to the second expansion of Destiny 1, The House of Wolves. And for this one, I need to take another small lore break as well. You see, the House of Wolves may not make a lot of sense at first in terms of names, but that's because I kind of skipped over something. You see, you know how back when I was explaining the whole lore of the Fallen, I explained that they split up into different factions? Technically, that is what they call factions. Their leaders are known as Kells. So they are the Kell of something. They're the Kell of their faction. They have multiple different factions. These factions are named houses. So there's the House of Devils, the House of Kings, the House of Wolves. This story starts off with that Kell of the House of Wolves being released from imprisonment from a near omnipotent being. We'll get to that lore a little bit later, but long story short, Skolas was not originally the Kell of the House of Wolves. Skolas was a man who worked for the House of Wolves, and he wanted to be the Kell and the leader. But unfortunately, he saw an opportunity that would allow him to progress further as the House of Wolves leader, their Kell, their everything, the perfect being. Unfortunately, that opportunity came at a cost, and that cost got him arrested. You see, he was caught and thrown in the prison of elders, reported by this man here, this Elixni, this being the Kell of the House of Judgment, Varix the Loyal. Varix reported that Skolas was going to plan an uprising against the Queen, Queen Mara Sov. So Mara Sov imprisoned Skolas, sent him to the prison of elders, and then pretty much said, hey, I have the Kell of the House of Wolves. Put quotes on Kell of House of Wolves. She wanted to use Skolas as something of a trading leisure. So she traded Skolas to be kind of buddy-buddy with some other very powerful assailants. Very, very powerful assailants elsewhere in this universe. I'll get to them later, however. We'll explain these powerful assailants in a different part of this video. But all you need to know is that eventually these assailants grew bored of Skolas and released him from his imprisonment. And then Skolas said to himself, I will have my revenge upon the queen. I will reunite my house of wolves. I will become their Kel. So Skolas, now released from his imprisonment, returns to the reef, vows revenge upon the queen, and not only that, he vows something different. He vows something absolutely wonderful. He vows to become something grander. He wants, he promises, he demands that he becomes something called the Kel of Kells. The king of kings, the leader of leaders. He is promising that he will unite all fallen factions, all of the houses together.
You did well for us,
He will become the leader of them all. He'll become the leader, the Kel of the House of Kings, the House of Devils, the House of Winter, the House of Judgments, the House of Exile. He will reunite the fallen houses. There will be no more suffering. There will be no more strife. There will only be one unified goal under Skolas' command. That is a very dangerous premonition. That is a very, very dangerous thing that could potentially happen. And of course, since Skolas did technically, reunite with his House of Wolves, whom were under command of Queen Marasov, the House of Wolves rebelled, betrayed Marasov, and ran away, leading Marasov to say the exact same thing she needed for the great hunt of the Ahamkara. I want to hunt them, but I do not want to expend my own forces. So I will call upon the Guardians. So that's exactly what she does. Remembering the fact that our oh-so-useful resourcefulness had a bit of a benefit to it, Marasov called upon us, the amazing guardian that we are, and stated, you are going to go hunt wolves for me, but you will not do it alone. I will have the Kel of the House of Judgment, Varix the Loyal, the same man who imprisoned him, and my first in command, and the second Queen's Wrath, Petravenge. Petravenge, in terms of shortness, is essentially just the second in command for the Queen. If the Queen wants to command a strike force to attack something, Petra's the person you talk to.
Goodbye.
So you and Petravenge and Varix start conniving, start conceiving plans to stop Skolas. Oh, it's all so perfect, I dare say. Now we get to hunt wolves. But I do want to explain something before I explain the wolf hunt. Why is the House of Wolves important? Why are they here? Why are they under Marasov's command? Well, you see, back in the events of the Dark Ages, or technically, the City Age, however you like to look at it, back during the events of the City Age, there was a secondary major battle. The first major battle that I mentioned was the Battle of Six Fronts, where the Guardians were then henceforth known as Guardians. The battle that I am now referring to that took place afterwards is known as the Battle of Twilight Gap, where the exact same thing happened. This time, we had a wall. At a location known as Twilight Gap, multiple fallen houses and groups, the House of Kings, the House of Winter, the House of Devils, all united to make one unified front to go against the Guardians, to attack, to pillage, and to finally take back their beloved traveler, which almost worked, and it was completely, almost utterly ignored in terms of the history books if it wasn't for the fact that many Guardians lost their lives that day. Many Guardians died. Iron Lords and Warlords worked together. The Vanguard had unified Hunter, Warlocks, and Titans. It was a beautiful fight, but many people had died. But there was one notable effort that was completely ignored. The Fallen were very powerful because they were unified. The House of Devils, Kings, and Winter were all there. But of course, there was some missing houses that weren't there. You see, the House of Wolves and the House of Judgments did receive the message that they were intending to go to the Twilight Gap and attack the Guardians. But as they traversed through the system, and once they entered the Soul System, Queen Marisov acknowledged the House of Wolves. And she thought to herself, if the House of Wolves really are going to destroy the Guardians, maybe this will be a good time to stick our neck out for them and gain ourselves either an enemy or an ally. So Marisov threatened the House of Wolves in Judgment with war or loyalty, that they could either work for Marisov and become one with the Awoken Kingdom, or that they could die then and there. The House of Judgments stated, hey, we like living, so we choose that. The House of Wolves was divided, which kind of turned into the Awoken War. Plenty of people from the House of Wolves had moved over saying that they want peace, while others had rebelled against them and tried fighting a war against the Awoken, which led to a lot of powerful people dying off, which led to Skolas coming into power, which led to Skolas trying to say, screw the Awoken, let's go to war with them, which led to Varrix backstabbing him saying, hey, he's over here, which led to him getting imprisoned in the Prison of Elders, which led to the House of Wolves being completely indicted into the Awoken Kingdom, somewhat against their will. They still have benefits like dental. Everything's fine, though. They're happy-ish. But it still led to everything that has happened. It still led to the reason why Skolas wanted to take back his house. And now he's free. And now he has a plan. And now we can return to the events at hand. You see, Skolas, he thought about this a lot. A little too much while he was in prison. Oh, he thought about this an incredibly crazy amount of time while he was in prison. He thought he was going to go talk to the houses one by one by one. He went to Venus, and he talked to the House of Winter. He sent an ambassador and said, hey, guys, I think we should unite together, and I will become the Kell of Kells. And the House of Winter thought, wow, that's a beautiful idea. I'll send an ambassador. We can talk more details. But unfortunately, the Guardians found out about this. The Guardians then went to Venus, killed the ambassador for the House of Winter and the House of Wolves. Skolas heard about this and got mad. So then he moves on to the House of Devils. He skedaddles over to Earth, and he says, hey, I want to be the Kell of Kells. The Kell of the House of Devils says, hey, that's not a good idea. I don't like that idea. And then Skolas says, hey, I'll send over an ambassador. Let's talk about this. The House of Devils says, you know what? That's actually a good idea. Let's talk about this. I'll send over an ambassador. I don't want you to become the Kell of Kells. I don't want to unite, but I will talk about this further with you. So, the Guardians hear about this, and they skedaddle on over to Earth, and they kill the ambassadors. Skolas, bit pissed off at this point, then moves over a little bit over to the other side of Earth, and he finds the Kell for the House of Kings. He talks to the Kell of the House of Kings, and he says to the Kell of House of Kings, hey, I want to become the Kell of Kells. The Kell of the House of Kings says, that's a bad idea. I don't want you to become the Kell of the Kells. Skolas says, don't worry, it's a great idea. Let's talk about it some more. I'll send over an ambassador so we can talk it out. And you're slowly seeing the picture. Except this time, the Kell of the House of Kings is like, you know what? That's a great idea. I'll send over an ambassador. Except he doesn't send over an ambassador. He sends over assassins because he really doesn't like that idea. So, the Guardian hears about this. They skedaddle their way to the Cosmodrome. They find assassins taking out the ambassador for the House of Wolves for them. And he's like, well, we can't fucking have that. So we kill the ambassadors, quote-unquote, ambassadors, which are actually just assassins for the House of Kings, and we kill the ambassador for the House of Wolves. Skolas, a little bit pissed off at this point, says, great, I've talked to 3 fallen houses, and I've fucking failed everything. So I have a new plan. I have a new plan. Plan B. Plan B has gone into effect, people. We're going to go to Venus. And we're going to steal technology from the Vault of Glass. And then we'll become one of the most powerful houses out there. And then they won't have a choice. They'll have to follow us. Because we'll be one of the most powerful fallen houses on the face of the planet. Well, the Guardians hear about this. And they start skedaddling over to Venus. And they stop them before they get the chance to steal Vex Tech. Skolos is pissed off at this point and says, "Fuck it! I have a new plan. It's a giant tower erected on Venus called the Citadel. Totally not a totally not a Half-Life Black Mesa reference. So, we're going to go to the Citadel, and we're going to use the power and the technology there. And we're going to use this technology to pull other members from the House of Wolves from across all of time and space. And then we'll have a near-infinite army, which will make me the Kell of Kells, and no one will stand up to me." But then the Guardian hears about this. And then we follow him up at the Citadel and stop him before he gets the chance to pull too many House of Wolves people, more ambassadors, quote-unquote. And right before we get put a bullet in between Skolos' eyes, Queen Marasov's come out of nowhere and saves his ass. But oh, don't worry. She rewards us quite nicely with tons of guns, a lot of cool loots from Varix and Petra, and then she says, "Oh, you want to go kill Skolos? Don't worry, you will. You're going to do in this brand new activity called the Prison of Elders. So you and a group of friends can go into the Prison of Elders and kill Skolos an indefinite amount of times. Congratulations, Guardian! You became legend! Isn't that grand?"
I don't think anyone should have to live like that.
But alas, that isn't the end of the story. Now we just received the first major expansion to happen in Destiny 2, or Destiny 1. My apologies, I'm a little tired. The Taken King. Oryx has found his way traveling into our universe. The Awoken see this and enact a full-out war against him. And unfortunately, it doesn't end well for the Awoken. Unfortunately, Queen Marasov and the Dick himself, Prince Uldren, both allegedly die and go missing after the events of the Taken War. After realizing the mass power that Oryx has of decimating the entire Reef's army and potentially taking out both the Queen and Prince, the Guardians realize that they are in one of the most powerful situations they've ever had to deal with. Period. So the Titan Commander, Zavala, the Warlock Vanguard, Ikora, and the Hunter Vanguard, Cade 6, band together and try to create a plan to take down Oryx, or at the very least stop his massive superweapon. But there's something else he's doing across the system. He's taking. There's rifts between dimensions being leaked all throughout the universe. These beings twitching, skimmering all around. Planets, Hive, Cabal, Vex, and even Fallen, all acting differently against their own religion, their ways, their god. Their mind, body, and soul were taken from them and used to fuel Oryx's army against everything in this entire universe. The Taken King was here, and he was ready to kill everything and everyone. So in the middle of a discussion, Eris Morn appears and tells them that he is taking everything in the system. Sooner or later, if we don't stop him, he'll have basically stolen the will and the bodies of everything and everyone. We need to stop him. Not just his ship. Everything. His plan. His villains. Everyone. Cade then gets an incredible idea. Cade invites you to the Cosmodrome, where he tells you that he's stashed away a decent chunk of stealth technology. So you help him find it somewhere up top a giant rocket ship in the middle of the Cosmodrome, attach it to Erismorn's ship, get in Erismorn's ship, and fly your son of a bitch ass into the Dreadnought. Thankfully, while you're around, snooping around, being all sneaky, totally not causing a ruckus, you find a way to be able to disable the firing mechanism of the Dreadnought. And with that having been done, other Guardians can finally find their way onto the ship. And with other Guardians, that also includes the Cabal. Apparently the Cabal crash a massive ship into the side of the fucking Dreadnought, causing something of a beachhead. So now you have to deal with the Cabal actively trying to push forward and make advancements on the Hive, and the Hive trying to keep you out of the Dreadnought. We do some sneaking around and find a portal that leads to Oryx's realm. Not his throne world, but it does follow him deeper within the Dreadnought, into his private dorm room, his bedroom, his secret closet. But you can't follow him in there. Apparently, thanks to Erismorn's knowledge, it requires an ascendant soul enabled to follow him into anywhere else of his mass domain. So, we do the only thing that's smart enough. We go back to where we stopped Crota from using his crystal to teleport from his throne world into our realm. We steal a bit of that crystal, and then we go back into Crota's throne world, and we steal a little bit of his soul. With that, we traverse back into the Dreadnoughts, and wander through the portal into his realm, his domain expansion, if you will. We traverse through puzzles and secrets until we finally endure a 1v1 combat. Plus a lot of spectators. Spectators with guns. And we challenge Oryx himself head on. And we succeed. But, like any powerful Hive motherfucker, he does have his own throne world. So even though we did stop a physical manifestation of himself, we haven't killed him. That ends the Taken King DLC, with the death of a physical copy of Oryx, leaving the Dreadnought empty, leaving the Dreadnought for the Guardians to usurp and take, leaving the Guardians to find the Court of Oryx, where with enough, how do you say, sacrifices, or tributes, or slaughters, or genocides, or anything, enough taken and given back, we can reactivate a portal that will take us straight into Oryx's throne world. And with that, we begin the King's Fall raid. With the King's Fall raid, we delve into his throne world. Through multiple traps, we find his Wrathborn, a war priest general that stops us from progressing forward. So we kill him. And then we find a giant, ugly, spider-looking ogre. Much like Fogoth from the Crota expansion. Except this time it seemed Oryx had tamed his own Fogoth. So we killed that one too. We progress forward to only find death singers. Types of wizards that sing a song so powerful it kills anything within the area. Conveniently, these death singers just so happen to be the Sisters of Crota, aka the Daughters of Oryx. We kill them too. And then we progress to Oryx. And by the way, Oryx is about the size of the damn Dreadnought. Oryx, when you fought him, was like the size of two of you, but in the King's Fall raid, this motherfucker crawls on the side of the Dreadnoughts like he's a goddamn kaiju. It looks like 6 antworms trying to find fucking Godzilla. That's what this looked like. But thankfully, we used his own hive magic against him and created a bubble of immortality. Shot at his chest a lot, stopped him from playing patty cake, and we killed Oryx. The Taken King was officially dead, and his corpse flying away slowly into the aftermath of space. God only knows where. But the Taken King is not where this game ends.
But at least I can hear the iron song.
We now land on the final DLC of Destiny 1, concluding its story.
Sustain us against Siva.
The Iron Lords.
The Iron Lords left an oath unfulfilled. The guardians
This DLC is perhaps my favorite, for a very simple reason. I love snow, and this DLC had a lot of fucking snow. But also,
scoring.
it really brought the story whole and made you truly feel like
My axe will
you had done the
soon
one thing that this game had told you to do. You had become legend.
Siva is contained, and hope lives. And I thought my
The Iron Lords DLC starts off with the Iron Lords asking for help, actually. It's a very weird thing.
Lady Scory
The Iron Lords were some of the wisest, oldest, and most powerful guardians in all of the Vanguard. Why in the world are they asking for help? That cannot be good. In the slightest bit. And it wasn't. You find a very large group of the House of Devils pushing forward on Fellwinter Peak, the home of the Iron Temple. You go up because, the Vanguard called for you specifically because, you have killed a god, a demigod, Hearts, and Skolas a shit ton of times. All for the sake of that glorious loot. But still, the Vanguard called upon you because you were the most powerful guardian that they could think that could help out with the Iron Lords. You find a grand sum of Fallen pushing their way up the mountain, and you take them out of your way like it was nothing. That is until you reach a certain level of the mountain where all of a sudden the Fallen start looking different. The Fallen start acting different. The Fallen are different. You find out that the Fallen, who have cut off bits and pieces of their body to replace with metal enhancements, arms, faces, eyes, whatever the case is. The Fallen have changed their entire body to something that's somehow robotic at the same time organic. They've changed. There's something red pulsating off them. There's something organic feeding them strength and power. It's different. It's enhanced them. And we don't know what it is. With the help of Iron Lord Saladin, you secure the Iron Temple, but not before the Fallen run off. Saladin is very concerned and scared and disturbed about everything that's happened. But you're very confused. Why is one of the most powerful beings in all of the Vanguard scared? You push further into a very, very snowy version of the Cosmodrome, known only as the Plague Lands, and it's being consumed by the Fallen and the same red substance, slowly engulfing everything you see, covering everywhere, infesting, eating, enhancing. What is it? Why is it? You go off to kill some Fallen only to find out the truth. They found an old Golden Age artifact called Siva. Siva was a tool used to create societies, buildings, entire cities. Siva was a tool used to eat and harvest the environment to craft entire cities, planets, for the sake of society. The Fallen had gotten their hands on Siva. The Fallen had gotten on their hands on a Golden Age tech ideology, a Golden Aged weapon that was slowly evolving them to become more perfect than they were. Not that they were perfect, but they were faulty machine scraps. They were space pirates. And now these space pirates had become so advanced that they were actually standing a threat to the most powerful guardians out there. You go to Saladin and inform him of the news. That unfortunately, they had their hands on Siva. And Saladin tells you a very sad tale of the Iron Lords. You believe that the Iron Lords were some of the most powerful guardians out there, and they are. Or at least they were. You see, Saladin was unfortunately the last Iron Lord currently out there. On a mission they sent out to find Siva themselves, Saladin unfortunately found out the hard way
How did the devils react when you killed their god?
that all of his friends, the people he has known and loved, died. In the process of finding Siva, something reawakened it, giving it combat instructions, giving it defensive mechanisms. That Siva started attacking the Iron Lords. Saladin witnessed as Rasputin reawakened Siva for some inexplicable reason. Rasputin, seeing that there were intruders within his Siva complex, set them off so that Siva would slowly harvest and consume the Iron Lords until there were nothing left. One of Saladin's closest Iron Lord friends, Yolder used detonation explosives to close the door and seal the Iron Lords in, excluding Saladin. Lord Saladin watched all of his friends die before him and had no choice but to keep it a secret for the sake of the legend of the Iron Lords. But there is a bit of good news to all of this. In the process of talking with Saladin, you realize that when you fought the Fallen, they didn't act like they knew what they were doing. It was almost as if this was all brand new to them. Saladin realizes that this, and only this, is the information that they've been waiting for. Now is the time to strike, because if we strike later, they will have a chance to learn more about the weapon that they've just been given. They have to strike now. So Saladin informs us that we need to go to Mars, to a war mine facility, and get as much information about Siva as we can, how to destroy it, where to dissolve it, what we can to stop it. And we do just that. We go off to a war mine facility. We figure out that the best way to destroy it is to cut off the Siva production facility and detonate a lot of bombs. So we go back to the plague lands of the Cosmodrome.
Come back strong.
We find a nearby fallen area so that way we can distract them. Set off some bombs, defuse some things, kill some children, whatever the case is. We set off a massive distraction that leads us straight to the Siva building complex. Go into the heart of it, and as we're setting up bombs, something incredible and horrifying happens. The corpses of the Iron Lords within the Siva complex begin to stand up and rise again. Siva used the corpses of the Iron Lords to fight against us. And with that, we fought against the legend of the Iron Lords, the moving monsters that Siva was using to combat us. We destroyed what remained of them. We set off the bombs, and Siva was done for. There was nothing left of it. But we did bring back a single helmet, the helmet of Yolder, for Lord Saladin. to which he now renounced us as a new breed of wolf, as a new leader in a soon-to-be next generation of Iron Lords. He then gifted us with a young wolf's howl exotic sword, proclaiming that we had just become legend. That last thing we need to talk about is the final raid of Destiny 1, the Wrath of the Machine raid. You see, someone had sent Fallen deep within You see, someone had sent the Fallen deep within the mines, all around the Cosmodrome, and deep within the ground to find Golden Age tech, such as Siva. That someone was not the Kell of the House of Devils, but he was an Archon priest. No. Not a priest. An Archon Prime. His name was Axis. Axis of Archon Prime. He had developed so much Siva within his system. He had literally become so much machine that he didn't even need anything to survive. He was perfectly sustainable off of his machine body. He didn't need food, he didn't need water, he didn't need rest. All he needed was Siva. Axis had practically become a god to the Devil Splicers. Once we had learned of the location of where Axis was hiding, that is where we delved ourselves to. In the Ghost of the Machine, in the Wrath of the Machine raid, we find ourselves at this massive, I don't even know what you want to call this, location? Project? Thing. We find ourselves within the Plague Lands, pushing past the Fallen, finding some of the greatest and most destructive creations of the Fallen, and delve so deep within a Siva complex, we find what looks to be a fallen god. We challenge him and kill him. Thus, ending everything. Thus becoming legend. From killing gods to machines, to saving the universe and potentially saving everyone in it time and time again. We were legend. We started off small and we grew it up to the point that everyone recognized us as a hero, and even older heroes had recognized us as perfect, as the true greatest being that this universe has ever dared to lay its eyes upon. You were that legend. You were that guardian.
Served you well, it seems.
And with all that said and done, that concludes the lore for Destiny 1. That was everything that happened before the resurrection of you
Please, Guardian,
and the
your
entire
power is
story
better spent with our
of
enemies.
you. But there is one thing I'd like to explain before we move on to Destiny 2. And before we do that, I'd like to say one last
Darkness will not
goodbye
cease on its own.
to our good friend, the Speaker.
Wield your light well, Guardian.
Goodbye, Speaker. You're gonna be dead in the very next expansion. Spoiler alert. Anyways, though. The one thing I wanted to explain before I got into the lore of Destiny 2 is, simply put, that there is one mission that explains what happens before the very first expansion of Destiny 2. And that is
Looking lost.
during the events of the Taken King, there was a side mission that we got to accomplish. Basically, that side mission was simply put, the Cabal realized that they had fucked up when they landed a ship in the middle of another ship. Apparently, parallel parking's a bit harder than they expected it to be. So, they decided to say, screw it, we're going to send a message to the Cabal Empire. Not to some other Cabal units nearby. Straight up to the fucking Empire. Thankfully, your Guardian pops up and takes out everyone, but not in time for you to have stopped the message. You do realize that they sent a message to the Cabal Empire, which means now you have to be prepared for whenever that shit unrolls by. But, that probably won't be for a little while, right? Right? There's no way. They're just gonna pop up in like a year, right? I mean, Destiny 1 was 3 years long. The first year we killed a heart. The second year we killed a god. The third year we killed a mechanical god. Yeah, they might be popping up in a year. We might be very much dead. This could be a problem. Yeah, so that's essentially what happened. That's the pre-D2 lore. They sent a message to the Cabal Empire, which technically did reach the Emperor, but it also didn't. It reached the Emperor of the Cabal, whom was Emperor Callus. Emperor Callus did not receive the message, but it was found in its way into his email box. For you see, by the time it received him, the greedy, fat, gluttonous Emperor Callus was then found in the middle of the Cabal Empire's greatest coup, the Midnight Coup. Emperor Callus was essentially evicted and no longer claimed the Cabal Empire to himself. He was no longer the Emperor, and therefore kicked out, exiled, to forever wander the universe, an outcast of his own people. But there was someone that did find the message for the Emperor. This person would then lead a siege onto the tower, destroying everything we see before our eyes here. The new leader of the Cabal, soon to call himself Emperor once he is reclaimed his one and only mission: to steal the light. This man was known as Dominus Gaul. And now, we move on to Destiny 2 lore. And I'm going to be frank with you guys, I'm going to push this a bit faster than I did D1 more. D1 I could be a bit more detailed about because a lot of stuff happened. D2, a lot of stuff happens, but I now have... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 years of lore to go through. If D1 took me an hour, this would take me another 6 hours. I'm not doing that. So I'm going to push through as much of this as I can while also being as accurate as I can. And we're going to start this off with the Red War. Dominus Gaul, leader of the Red Legion, wanted to take the light for himself, so he invaded and attacked the last safe city. He built a cage around the Traveler and disabled us from using our light, trapped us in a cell of our own creating. We actively could not do anything to stop Dominus Gaul as he invaded, as he attacked, as he pillaged and plundered, as he destroyed everything we had built. The Vanguard and the Guardians were scattered across the solar system. And then there was you, the Guardian, the God Killer, the Legend Maker. You survived. And you saw a vision. a beautiful vision. A vision that showed you a chunk of the Traveler hiding off somewhere in the European Dead Zone. Seeing as how you didn't have a connection to the Traveler, you needed to find a new one. So that's exactly what you did. You went to the Traveler. Well, the chunk of the Traveler in the European Dead Zone. And you found a small glimmer of hope that granted you access back to the light. And with that, you reunited the Vanguard. You went to multiple different moons and planets. Even giant blocks of ice out in the middle of nowhere. You went to Titan to reunite Zavala. Vanguard, Titan Vanguard. I'm losing my mind here. You went back to Titan, the moon of Saturn, to reunite the Vanguard leader, Zavala, the Titan Vanguard. And with the help of Commander Sloan, you found out about a giant secret superweapon that the Red Legion were using, called the Almighty. The Almighty was a giant spaceship directed and targeted your sun. The sun was basically a fuel source and a bomb for the Almighty. The Almighty was planning to use it as a giant detonation. So regardless if the Red Legion won or lost this war, they were planning on taking out everyone in this solar system with it. You then move on to a massive centaur, which is basically a block of ice out in the middle of nowhere, called Nessus. With the help of a buggy AI system called Failsafe, you find Cade 6 and inform him that you're trying to get the Vanguard back together. Cade 6 steals some Vex tech that allows you to teleport close range, so you're thinking you could use that to get close to Dominus Gaul. And finally, you go to the moon of Jupiter, Io, and you find Ikora. With the help of Asher Mir, you actually calculate a better plan of what you should and need to do in order to disable the weapon systems on the Almighty. So that's exactly what you do. You come back to the EDZ, you steal a spaceship, you go to the Almighty, deactivate its weapons and firing systems. You go back to Last Safe City, where the Vanguard and remaining civilians and Guardians are holding one last stand. You use the Vex Tech to get close to Dominus Gaul. But it's a little bit too late. Gaul has used his Red Legion technology that he learned from talking to the speaker, whom he has killed. And he uses the light. He becomes an embodiment of the light for the Cabal. And it's the most deadliest 1v1 we've ever had with the Cabal, ever. Whether we wanted it or not, we've gone to war with a god. And we won. We killed Dominus Gaul and win the war. Unfortunately, he becomes a giant, monster thing. He looked like he was made out of claymation, if I'm being perfectly honest. But then something happened. The Traveler began to reawaken. The Traveler then shattered its shell, breaking off into even more pieces just to destroy Dominus Gaul. We had then realized at this moment that the Traveler is back, baby! And everything would go back to the way things were. But just out at the very edge of the solar system, just out at the very, very edge of the solar system, beyond everything we had known, beyond the reef, beyond the Milky Way galaxy, when the Traveler reawakened, it casted this massive beam of light. A beam of light that took notice from the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. Something saw and noticed it. And something was on its way to us. The Curse of Osiris. After the events of the Red War, where the Traveler had reawakened itself, casting this massive beam of light across the Milky Way galaxy, it caused a lot of ruckus. Unfortunately, some of this ruckus was the fact that now the Vex had a small inkling, a small idea of what the light is and how it worked. And because of this, it started really cracking down on its most biggest threats. the previous warlock vanguard, Osiris. Osiris was exiled because of his crazy conspiracy theories about the Vex. He believed that they were a very powerful and dangerous threat that the vanguard should be paying more attention to. But no one really listened to him except for a small following of people that actually believed him more to be a prophecy seer. So he accidentally started a mass cult, which is exactly the opposite of what he wanted, seeing as how the vanguard won't listen to him and that he's now starting a whole cult of crazy people that are listening to him. He then decided to say, fuck it, I'm getting the fuck out. So he exiled himself to the one location where he knew he could combat the Vex and continue his research on them. To a massive prediction enigma machine called the Infinite Forest, where he could study infinite timelines and infinite possibilities where the Vex always come out on top. The Vex mind that was in charge of this massive machine was known as Panoptes. Osiris had counted and attempted multiple times to take out Panoptes, but he never could get the right timeline down where he could find him. That is until we come into the play. Our Guardian comes in and shooting shit down and talking shit and killing things, but we do traverse into multiple infinite possible realities where this is the outcome. The solar system we know is destroyed, the sun depleted, the environment deathly. The world as we know is completely eviscerated. This is what the Vex want. This is what the Vex believe to be perfection. This will not stand. So us, the awesome Guardian that we are, we say, fuck it. We're going to do something absolutely incredible. We're going to hunt down Panoptes ourselves. And unfortunately, we almost died trying. Yeah. With the help of Osiris's ghost, Sagira, we find Panoptes and almost end up dying. But with the help of Osiris, he distracts Panoptes just long enough for us to deliver the final blow and kill this incredible Infinite Forest mind. The Infinite Forest is now freed. And Osiris thanks us for being an awesome person that we are. You're welcome, Osiris. But wait, there's something I'm missing, isn't there? There has to be something, right? There has to be. I mean, think about it. After the events of the first Destiny 1 story mode, we got a raid, didn't we? We got a raid called the Vault of Glass. Yeah. Where's our raid for Destiny 2? I explained the Red War raid. I explained the Red War. Where's the raid? And now I'm moving on to the first expansion. Is there a raid? Well, yes, there is a raid. But I'll explain why I'm holding it off in just one more expansion. Give me some time, guys. Give me some time. I promise I'm good. I promise things are good, okay? Give me some time. And finally, for the next expansion of the first year of Destiny 2 lore, we reach Warmind. As we were orbiting Mars, we received a distress signal saying that someone needed help on the Martian surface. We go down there and find out that it's none other than Anna Bray herself. Apparently, back during the battle of I'm thinking Six Fronts, but that's not correct. Back during the Battle of Twilight Gap, apparently when Anna Bray was allegedly killed by being thrown off the ledge, she didn't die, but she did in fact fake her death. One of the most powerful Golden Gunners faked her death. Why, you may ask? Simple. Because Anna Bray regained her memories. Anna Bray regained her memories and realized that she was the daughter of Clovis Bray, the creator of the Warmind. So she felt that she had a greater responsibility to find aspects and pieces of the Warmind Rasputin to see if she could help out save the current state of humanity. Unfortunately, apparently, according to the Guardians, doing anything that revolves your past life is major hearsay. It's major heresy. It's major bad news. You don't do it because technically, the person you were before is dead. You are not the person you were before. You are a Guardian now. But Anna Bray didn't like that ideology, neither did she like that ruling. So she went off to find Rasputin, the War Mind himself. And she found him. But apparently, because of the massive beam of light caused by the ending of the Red War campaign, we did unfortunately lead ourselves to a whole new situation. That situation being that a bunch of Hive were reawakening near Rasputin's location in Mars. So, here's what had happened. The Guardian hears the distress call, we get down there and we try to save and help Anna Bray as best as we can. Not only do we help and save out Anna Bray, but we actually do get a big old combination because, guess what, motherfuckers? Rasputin is right here. He is here and he is ready to help us out in defending the solar system once again. A woots, a woots. But there's just one problem. There's a lot of Hive here. And by a lot of Hive, I mean some of the most dangerous Hive we've ever seen. We need to lure them out. These Frost Hive, this Ice Hive has a leader, and we need to lure them out. So that's exactly the game plan. We go out, we steal a chunk of the Traveler. Very inconvenient, I know. We take a chunk of the Traveler, and we try to use this to lure out whoever's powerful enough to... Hold up. Who the fuck are you? A very powerful Hive makes his name and debut, but there's just one problem. His name is Nokris. Nokris, the brother of Crota. You see, back during the Taken King expansion, right before you entered the Taken King's bedchambers, there was what looked to be kind of something I guess you could call birthstones or ascendant stones. These were stones that had dignified that this Hive family member had passed into the ascendant plane and claims their own throne world. There was one for Oryx, one for Crota, and the last one was for Nokris. Except whenever we tried to look up any information on Nokris himself, nothing came up. The reason for that is because Nokris broke all of the rules of the sword logic for the entirety of the Hive religion. Because back in the day, Nokris, he broke both rules. He went up, just like his father, to the five worm gods. Except at the time, technically the 4 worm gods, because Oryx did kill Akka, the Keeper of Secrets. He went up to the 4 worm gods, and he demanded power. And Zol, the Will of Thousands, leaned over to Nokris and said, "Hey, I will give you this power." That right there breaks rule number 1. You must take it. You must take what it is that you want to have. What it is that you must have, you must take it. Nokris didn't take it. Nokris was given power. And not only was he given power, he was given the power of resurrection. Nokris was given the power to break rule number 2. He resurrected Hive. After breaking his old man's heart, his old man cast him out of the dreadnought, kicking him out. He was homeless for as long as the foreseeable future could see. But he was also so heartbroken that Oryx then ordered all of the Hive wizards and knights to destroy any and all information of Nokris' existence except for his Ascendant Stone. So that basically means we only have proof that Nokris was born. We had no other proof that Nokris ever existed except for his birth. And now we're meeting him face to face. As a strike boss. So we killed Nokris, and that was pretty fucking easy. So fucking what? We killed Nokris, and sure, he resurrected a lot of Hive as we were killing him, but so what? He's dead. It's not like we're gonna see him in the nearby future. FYI, we're gonna see him in the nearby future. But anyways, we killed Nokris, and we're perfectly fine with moving on to the next challenge, which just so happened to be the very same worm god that gave him power. Zol, the Will of Thousands, surrounds us and It suffocates us with this enormous power, and also suffocates us because he makes a lot of snow collapse on top of us. So apparently Zol also got kicked out from the Hive family, primarily because Yule, the everlasting hunger, looked at Zol and said, "Hey, I'm hungry, I'm gonna eat you, and I'm not joking." And Zol, fearing for his life, said, "I believe you, I'm gonna run away with the child." So Zol and Nokris just ran to Mars, and unfortunately, they went so close to the northern ice caps of Mars that they actually froze. But the giant beam of light resurrected and kind of saved them from freezing to death, so they broke free not too long afterwards. So that's fun. But anyways, here we are, I guess. Nokris dead, totally not going to come back. Zol hungry for power, willing to kill Rasputin. So we delve into Rasputin's mainframes and use this amazing, powerful weapon called the Javelin, totally not an elliptical sport weapon. And we use it against Zol, the Will of Thousands, and we kill him. Zol is dead, and the Guardians have become legend once again. This totally has no further repercussions whatsoever. But wait. Reed, I thought you said you were going to tell us about the raids. The Destiny 2 raids. What happened about those? Well, you're right. I am going to tell you about the Destiny 2 raids. But here's the thing. When Destiny 2 first came out, they initially came out with something called a raid lair. So basically, they were going to have a sequence of raids happen in the same location during a span of time. So over the span of the Red War, Curse of Osiris, and Warmind, this was the sequence of the raid layers that all took place on what you see right in front of you. This massive world-eating engine known only as the Leviathan. Back during the events of the Red War, this is when we got an invitation to the Leviathan raid. Emperor Callus himself noticed and overheard that a certain Guardian had killed Dominus Gaul, the same man that performed the Midnight Coup, and sent him into exile. Callus, the former and now current emperor of the Cabal, definitely wanted to meet this man. So in the Leviathan raid from the Red War, we actually got to go into the Leviathan, a golden city of Cabal. We got to bathe at the baths, we got to pet the dogs in the dogs encounter at the gardens, and we also got to run in a coliseum and perform magic tricks for Callus. Ooh! And he rewarded us handsomely. And at the end of the day, we finally got to meet him in this massive boss encounter where he showed off his incredible skill, and we killed him, and it was amazing, and we started shooting, and we shot at him, and we killed him, and oh my god, it's a robot. The Emperor Callus that we got to meet was actually a robot. He sent us an invitation to entertain him, to provide him some form of entertainment, while he provided us with a payment of loot. It was Destiny's first ever reoccurring raid that made sense to just constantly grind over and over again, because Callus kept inviting Guardians back to his Leviathan for more loot, more rewards. How dandy. But it didn't quite end there. Then, in the Curse of Osiris DLC, we got the Eater of Worlds raid, the second raid in Destiny 2. And in that, it kind of starts off the same. Some Guardians return back to the Leviathan, but instead of being greeted with armed guards and salutes and fireworks and parades, there is no welcome. There is only an open door. So we traverse into the Leviathan, traverse deep within the underbelly of it all, only to find that it's empty, it's not guarded. Something's going on. There's some sort of trap being set for us, which is technically not true. We go through the Leviathan until, unfortunately, we set off some security alarms. The Cabal come in, they attempt to attack us. We're god killers, so we just kill them like they're ants. And then Emperor Callus takes notice. He informs his guards to stop and says, hey, maybe they can help us out. This is when Emperor Callus shoots us from the underbelly of the Leviathan all the way into the very belly of the beast itself. Or at least somewhere mid-air of the belly of the beast. You see, what had happened was that something had got clogged in the Leviathan's mouth, a giant Vex mind that needed to be eradicated so that way the Leviathan could continue eating the giant centaur Nessus. And that's exactly what we did. And of course, for payments, Callus rewarded us handsomely with loot. But at the end of the raid, Callus did say something rather disturbing to us. He told us that something may or may not be coming for him, be it the darkness or be it some enemy of my enemy. Something is coming, and he is afraid that the Leviathan may not be accepting new customers for a little bit of time. Which is exactly what happens in the Spire of Stars raid. During Warmind, something happens that causes Callus to send out an SOS signal. The Guardians actually arrive to find a mass fleet of Red Legion invading the Leviathan. Apparently the SOS was specific because what had happened was quite simple. The Red Legion invaded the Leviathan, taking over its weapon systems, and Callus thought to himself, I better get my drinking glass ready, because I'm about to invite my guests over, and when they get here, not only will I be entertained, but you will be dead. The current alleged general, Val Kaur, we're guessing the second in command of the Red Legion, is taking over the Leviathan. But of course, you know how that whole song and dance goes. The Guardians get there, they stop him, they kill him, they get rewarded handsomely. And Callus, Emperor of the Cabal, tells you one last thing before you temporarily part ways. Grow fat from strength. 'Tis a beautiful thing. And that actually ends all 3 raids from the first 3 DLCs of Destiny 2. And this concludes all of the lore that happens in the first year, allowing us to move on to the second year, Forsaken. Well, we're moving on quicker than I expect us to. Welcome to Forsaken, the first DLC in the second year of Destiny 2. You see, here's what happens. We get a distress call from the Prison of Elders from Petravenge. It seems that there's a massive prison riot, and she invited Cade and the Guardian to help out calming down the situation with our guns. But unfortunately, this prison riot was so out of hand, so dangerous, that in the actual turn of events, the Hunter Vanguard Cade 6 dies due to the hands of the prisoners, but not just any prisoners. You see, some of the prisoners were a massive, altered Elixni, changed, almost as if it was a walking corpse before our eyes, named Fikrul, the Fanatics. He didn't recognize himself as Elixni anymore, as Fallen. He changed his title, his name, to Scorn. He was no longer the same species that he claimed to be. And of course, he and his barons, his gang of murderers and criminals, were all being led by that damn dick, Aldrin Sov. He's the one that grabbed Cade's iconic weapon, the Ace of Spades, and he put a bullet in his chest with it. And why did Oldrensov do it? One last time, people, because Oldrensov hates Guardians. But now I know what you're thinking. But Reed, you said Oldrensov and Marasov were missing by the end of the Destiny 1 Taken King DLC. Yes, they did allegedly go out missing. And apparently, they both survived. Oldrensov apparently survived the events of the Taken War, but with some repercussions. He crash-landed on Mars, allegedly, and found his way back to the reef. And since Marasov was still allegedly missing by this point, he was then nicknamed the Awoken King, Oldrensov. But for some reason, he kept stating that he could hear Mara in his head. He could keep hearing his sister telling him to do horrible things. So, as for following his sister's guidance, he did these horrible things. He executed innocent civilians of the reef. He hunted down followers of the House of Judgment. He did horrible things all because he believed Marasov was telling him to do so. So, he even found a dying Elixni, and he felt so bad for it, he just wished that it would not die and come back to life. And it did just that. It came back to life. This Elixni, no, this walking corpse, this Scorn, was so thankful it then decided to follow around Oldrensov to the end of its days. This Scorn was Fikrul the Fanatic. But because of all the horrible things that both Fikrul and Uldren were doing, they decided, Petravenge and Varix the Loyal decided to say, screw it. Let's lock them away in the Prison of Elders, so that way they can't do any more horrible, heinous crimes. But unfortunately, the damage was done. Because of all the events of the horrible crimes, it led the House of Judgment to being severely underfed, undersupplied, under everything. Varix had to test his loyalty and think to himself, am I loyal for the Queen, or am I loyal to my people? Varix then caused the massive prison riot, leaving cell gates open and causing devices to go broken. He escaped unscathed and unharmed, right as the Guardian and Cade were entering the Prison of Elders. With the prison riot over and Cade 6 dead, we decided to take vengeance. So we hunted down every single last of those barons until we finally got to some mysterious awoken watchtower out in the middle of the reef. We killed Fikrul, the Scorn Fanatic, and we traversed in there to find Oldrensov. But something was different. He wasn't glowing like a normal Awoken was. He was changed. He was corrupted. Blackened ooze slowly traversing all over his body. Almost visibly taken. Something was horribly wrong. Oldrensov then made his way to some benign portal and activated it, causing a massive monstrosity to appear from it. A chimera of monsters. The chimera swallowed Uldren whole. In the voice of Marasov, it then taunted us with Cade, and how we failed to save him, and how we failed to avenge him. So we decided to say, screw it. Let's kill this giant chimera. And we did. We killed everything. We killed everything. We got back the Ace of Spades, pointed it at Oldrensov's head as he somehow survived being eaten by the Chimera. And we pulled the trigger. And that ends Forsaken. At least that ends the primary story. Doesn't quite end the actual gameplay itself, though. You see, after the events of Forsaken, Petrovenge returned back to her homeland and invited us along with her. And we were very confused, thinking to ourselves, the reef? There's nothing there. Nothing there but outlaws, pirates, fallen, everything. And then Petrovenge makes it very clear that we're not going to the reef. We go here. A location known as the Dreaming City. For that chimera was very unnatural and could only have been caused by one being, the greatest secret in the Awoken history. The reason why the Awoken survived the collapse. The very reason why this whole entire area is here. The reason why the Awoken are so powerful. We learned the Awoken are keeping a very powerful being, one that you could say could grant wishes. With the help of a giant Enigma machine, Petrovenge got contact from Marasov and the confirmed order to dive into the watchtower of the Dreaming City. So in the Last Wish raid, the Guardians delved into the watchtower of the Dreaming City to find their secret. Riven of 1,000 voices, an Ahamkara. The Awoken kept one alive for their own purposes. Marasov had paid off the Guardians to hunt and kill every Ahamkara in the Great Hunt. Except for one, for the sole sake of just in case. Well, just in case is out of the fucking window. We killed Riven of 1,000 Voices and delivered her heart to Marasov herself. But unfortunately, this is exactly what was meant to happen. Apparently, Riven of 1,000 Voices was taken and corrupted by Oryx the Taken King immediately after the failed war on Oryx's turf by Marasov. And once we had killed Riven, it caused a mass blighted curse to start forever corrupting the area of the Dreaming City. For the first 3 weeks, the Dreaming City got more and more and more corrupted, until a portal led to the Ascendant Plane. And as you traverse through the darkened area of the Ascendant Plane, you would find yourself at the top of the corrupted watchtower, where you'd meet the daughter of Savathun herself, Dul Inkaru. After you killed Dul Inkaru, everything reverted back to its normal state. The corruption was gone. Everything was back to normal. Or so we thought. This was the plan all along, set by Savathun, that we would go into the Last Wish raid and kill Riven, setting off the corruption. And then we would go into the dungeon called the Shattered Throne Dungeon, and we would kill her daughter, Dul Inkaru. And because of this, it would reset the curse, but it wouldn't fix it. The curse of this corruption spreading for the first 3 weeks would repeat itself over and over and over again for the rest of time to come. If someone died in the span of those 3 weeks, their life would be reset. They would come back to life, but they would still die by the end of the 3 weeks. Live, die, repeat. The Dreaming City was now stuck in a permanent state of repeating itself for 3 weeks over and over again. Innocent lives dying and coming back just for the sake to die again. Petrovenge and Marasov did not see this coming. And the blame falls entirely on us for being brash and not waiting to see if there were consequences to our actions. Just like killing Oldrinsov. Oh, and speaking of Oldrinsov, it seems that after the events of killing Dol in Karu, his body was missing. Apparently none of the Awoken touched his body after we killed him. No one had reportedly stolen it. It's almost as if it got up and walked away. How peculiar, don't you think? Okay. So technically that ends the Forsaken lore, but now, after the events of Forsaken, this is where we get into the events of Seasons. This is the first time we ever actually get to deal with Seasons. I wish I was joking. After Forsaken, we actually get introduced to the concept of the Season of the Forge, the Season of the Drifter, and the Season of Opulence. First things first is the Season of the Forge. This is actually going to be a really quick lore, so I'm actually happy about this. This is where we meet the incredible and amazing Ada 1, the current leader of the Black Armory. The Black Armory were a group of people that created the most sophisticated and dangerous and deadliest weapons known in the entirety of the last safe city. Unfortunately, Ada has some mommy issues because, you know, the Warlords and Iron Lords accidentally hunted down her family and the founding members of the Black Armory. Ha! Yeah, we're not going to let that one down. Ever. Ever. But long story short, what happens is we get an invitation from an Elixni black arms dealer called the Spider. The Spider helped supply us information as to where the Barons were for the events of Forsaken. Spider gave us an invitation to the Black Armory. Ada, unfortunately, is a little reluctant at helping us, but she does let us know that she does want to bring us wares and weapons. The only problem is we can't. She can't, actually. We, on the other hand, can. We have to go out and find these massive weapon creation devices called forges, and we actually had the chance to build our own weapons whenever we wanted, wherever we wanted. It was a beautiful thing. We crafted so many weapons that we actually rekindled the inspiration to build more weapons from Ada 1 herself and sparked a new friendship. And not only that, but in the process of building weapons at these forges, we found something called an obsidian generator. It was basically the last thing Ada 1's mother left her before Ada 1's mother died. Bringing that back to her was essentially saying, we're sorry. And we officially mended the relationship that we once had, that we thought could not be mended with Ada 1, once and for all. And now she's our best friend that brings us weapons and cookies and stuff. Ain't that right, Ada? She's my favorite character. I love her. But that's not all. Apparently, the Fallen, because of course they do, they found out about the Black Armory weapons. And in the 5th Destiny raid, known only as the Scourge of the Past, they found a Black Armory vault within the confines of the last safe city. So, thanks to the help with Ada 1, we go into Vault Ibisu, which is where the Fallen found the Black Armory weapons. We kill them all, and we fight what seems to be a giant fucking Gundam mech, which was amazing. And we get even more Black Armory loot. And also, you know, we stopped the Fallen from stealing Black Armory loot because those fuckers were actually really hard to kill. Not gonna lie, if the Fallen had Black Armory stuff, we would legitimately be screwed. No argument. We would legitimately be screwed. Season of the Drifter. So, during the events of Forsaken, this is where we meet this guy named the Drifter. He is basically the guy who introduces us to a brand new game mode called Gambit. Gambit is essentially a way for us to combat Guardians and the bad guys of the universe while also using light and dark to look cool and get paid doing it. But during Season of the Drifter, Drifter actually introduced us to a brand new game mode called Gambit Prime, which was basically going to be competitive Gambit. And with the loot that we earned from Gambit Prime, we would actually go into a separate game mode called The Reckoning, which took place in an area called the Realm of the Nine, which I'll get into a second. But long story short, we'd go into the Realm of the Nine, combat the Taken, and come out with light and dark infused weapon and armor pieces. The entire purpose of Season of the Drifter was just to basically figure out who the Drifter was. And long story short, he's just a really damaged man who's just looking out for himself. And the more you play Gambit and the more you collect these incredible loot and talk to him, the more he's willing to say, hey, if this universe goes to shit, I'm willing to take you with me into a whole new world where we can survive. Drifter has been a part of both the light and the darkness. He does not care about either side. He just cares about himself. He is literally a drifter. He does have a whole set of backstories. He has met a whole lot of enemies. He has a whole bucket list of people who are out to kill him. And he wouldn't mind shooting back first. But, in the end of the day, he is exactly who he says he is. A drifter. Now, I said just a moment ago that I would explain what the Nine is. Essentially, everything you see is the Nine. We are in a location known as Eternity. It is essentially the realm of the Nine. The Nine are an almost omnipotent, powerful being. They are essentially this dimension. The realm itself is the Nine. The Nine is a being of vast curiosity that's actively questioned, where am I? What am I? What can I do, and what can I learn? The realm itself is the Nine. The Nine is a very powerful, very creative, but at the same time, very curious being. So the Nine has often found ways to try to ask questions where it often thought it could not get answers. In fact, one of the best ways that we've learned about this is apparently in the lore card, there's a massive wormhole that can take people to the Realm of the Nine. 2 people evidently found their way to the Realm of the Nine, and because of this, they commune with the Nine. Not only do they commune with the Nine, my apologies, not only do they commune with the Nine, but they also made deals with the Nine. One of these people is Zur. Zur is well known for being the man who comes in every weekend with the most powerful exotic loot. And if you have the right currency, you can make a deal with him. And you can purchase some of the most powerful weapons in all of Destiny history. The Nine found Zur, changed him, remade him in their image, and sent him out into our universe to bring us goods. Another person is known as the Emissary of the Nine. The Emissary of the Nine is unfortunately a previous lover of drifters, and made a deal with the Nine to understand more of this universe for the sake of the Nine. And because of that, the Nine became interested in Drifter. This caused what we call the Invitation of the Nine. We learned about the Drifter and the Nine at the same time as we witnessed visions of what was going on in Drifter's life. We witnessed that he was just a poor man trying to make it in this world. We witnessed that he's just trying to become what he does not want to be, a Drifter. He just wants to survive. He doesn't care about the light. He doesn't care about the dark. He's just trying to survive. So he wanted to create Gambit so that way he could both get paid, eat, sleep, and rest, knowing damn well that there would be people out there that wouldn't try to touch him or kill him. But of course, no good deed goes unpunished. The Nine became curious with his endeavor of gambits. So then they gave him a trial. And that trial was that they would haunt him with visions of the future, visions of giant black pyramid fleets, visions of the darkness. Evidently, they did stop with these visions of the darkness, but not without warning him that they are going to happen. This is truth. Horrifying, isn't it? And of course, Drifter gets mad that you started bugging into his personal life. Of course he does. But at the very least, now someone else knows that shit's gonna get real in the very nearby future. Up next is the Season of Opulence. Apparently, Callus came back. He's had his fun, he's had his vacation, he now wants to hang out with us Guardians again. Whoop-de-fucking-do. And not only does he want to hang out with us Guardians again, he wants to present us with more treasure. So this time, Callus sends us to a whole new section of his Leviathan. He calls it his menagerie. We go to the menagerie of his Leviathan, and we start just entertaining him. We kill all of his Vex. We kill all of his Hive. We go from room to room to room with our Chalice of Opulence. We select in runes that actually guarantee us bedazzled armor pieces and bedazzled weapons. It was honestly one of the most fun times in Destiny 2 history, if I'm being completely honest. The Menagerie was actually a ridiculously fun event, and I'm almost sad that they actually took it away. But there was a bit of a catch, you know. Callus didn't just invite us back to his Leviathan without needing some help. I mean, he's asked for help before, plenty of times, obviously. So, what is it? What does Callus need help with, of course? Well, you see, he says he has an associate that kind of lost their mind. Callus, our good friend here, unfortunately, had a friend by the name of Galron, some giant bather he created to be able to bear some magic power that he found out in the distant Starside seas. He found a massive crown that looked so glorious he wanted to wear it. But suspecting that it was a trap, he created a bather by the name of Galron to subdue and uphold the power of this crown, known as the Crown of Sorrow. Unfortunately, upon wearing it, it was immediately obvious that this was a trap set by Savathun. As for what the intent or the purpose was, we're assuming it was to attack and to control Callus, but we have no entire clue, you know? Galron lost his mind and he immediately started commanding forces of the Hive to start taking over the menageried area. So Callus kindly requested that you simply and utterly go down into the deepest depths of his menagerie, kill Galron, bearer of the Crown of Sorrow, and return him the mighty, beautiful crown. And that is exactly what you did in the Crown of Sorrow raid. And that actually wraps it up. That is literally all of Season of Opulence. I'm not joking. He invited you back to Leviathan, presented you with goodies, asked you to do a single raid, which was one of the hardest raids at the time, and he did it. That was it. He also presented you with a trophy haul that allowed you to collect trophies of everything you have ever done in all of your time in Destiny 2 at that moment, and pretty much just said, congratulations, you now have your own bedroom in my Leviathan. I hope you're happy. Callus was the man sometimes. Dear God, can we please have the tribute hall back? Please, Bungo? Anyways, that ends Season of Opulence. And that concludes all of Year 2 of Destiny, moving us on to the third year of Destiny 2, Shadowkeep. You see, after the events of the Red War, Eris Morn decided to return back to the moon to see if the hive were planning or tricking or doing anything. And in the process of doing so, she finds that the hive were slowly building upon after the events of the death of Crota. They started painting everything red and constructing a massive scarlet keep in honor of something. Something strange, though. She keeps delving deeper and deeper into the hellmouth of the moon to find the secrets that they're trying to keep hidden that no one understands. But she finds something more than she bargained for. In the process of delving deep within the hellmouth, she unlocks something horrifying. A secret weapon that we never expected to be here whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pyramid ship. This is a darkness ship. This is our very enemy sitting in plain sight in front of us. And it's been here for years. Apparently, when Eris Morn got too close to the ship, it activated a defense mechanism that spewed nightmares everywhere. Nightmares such as the floating bodies all around the moon. And apparently, they are the only thing that are preventing us from going inside that pyramid ship. You see, Eris thinks it's a great idea to learn as much as we can about our enemy. If this thing is here, why is it here? What do we need to do to learn as much as we can about this horrifying enemy of ours that we know very little of? So, with the defense mechanism activating nightmares of old, we realize that it spawned in hundreds of nightmares of past threats and villains. Omnigul, the wife of Crota, Skolos, the Kell of Kells, Fogoth, the ogre that could not be tamed by Crota, even older foes like Crota himself, Dominus Gaul, Fikrul, the Fanatic. This device had activated nightmares of foes long dead. And we were about to kill them all over again. Thank you so much, Eris Morn. I absolutely love the opportunity for this. This was the greatest thing you could have ever given us. This was the better Christmas present than anything else. Thank you, Eris. Yes. So, in typical Destiny fashion, we hunt everything that spawned, we killed it, we made an armor out of it, and then we fly ourselves to the pyramid ship, delve deep within it, and we receive a device of some shape and or form. A very weird looking device. You see, the device that we found was a device used to communicate with a voice in the darkness. Because the instant we picked up such an odd-looking device, we immediately then received a vision of ourselves in the Black Garden, talking to ourselves. And this version of us, this voice in the darkness, started speaking to us, saying that it was our salvation. Immediately, we realized something was horribly wrong. This was the darkness itself talking to us, a voice specifically guiding to us directly. This was not good. Oh, I will make a quick side note that in the process of trying to hunt down all the nightmares, we needed a device that could convert the nightmare energy into our armor pieces and weapons. So, we had to do two things. We went to the top of the Scarlet Keep over there, and we found a hive witch by the name of Hashladun, the daughter of Crota. Very interesting. We killed her. And then we used this device called the Cryptolith, or the Lectern of Enchantment. I call it the Cryptolith. But the Lectern of Enchantment. And we used the nightmare essence from the nightmares we killed and developed it into our armor that allowed us to traverse into the pyramid ship. The reason why I say any and all of this is because, well, we did kill the daughter of Crota, which means Crota's children took charge after the death of Crota. I'm saying Crota an awful lot for one sentence. But still, we killed Hashladun, but there were still more sisters to be found. Now, if only we could find a way to kill all of them in one fell swoop. Oh, wait, we did. You see, 3 weeks after the events of the death, after finding the device in the giant pyramid, something had awoken within the hive. It seems that they decided to say, screw it, we need an absolute game changer that will help us go up against the Guardians. And that game changer was to use an ancient ritual called the Altars of Sorrow to sacrifice ourselves and the nightmare energy to reincarnate someone. That someone was down at the very bottom of the Pit of Heresy dungeon by the name of Zolmak, aka Spicy Crota. Zolmak was essentially Hashladun and her sister's scapegoat. And by the way, all of Hashladun's sisters are in the Pit of Heresy dungeon. You kill them all, so all of Crota's children die in this expansion. Sorry, Crota, sucks to be you. But anyways, Hashladun and her sisters initially did not want to become the rulers of the moon. However, seeing as how they did not want to be given the status of being the rulers of the moon, they decided they would take it in a different format. They said that they would find a way to be the strongest person on the moon. And once that happens, then they would become the leaders of the moon. But they also wanted to make it so that anyone could take it from them as well. So they found Zolmak, the strongest warrior in the hive. They defeated Zolmak, and then they stated whoever can defeat Zolmak can take the proposition of leadership from us, the 4 daughters of Crota. Well, evidently there was a group that did defeat Zolmak, but unfortunately in the process of such, they killed him, and their wounds were so destructive that they themselves also died. Which means there was no effective winner of the duel, which means technically Hashladun and her sisters would remain in charge of the conflict on the moon. After the death of Hashladun and after the events of finding the communications device to speak with the darkness specifically, it seems that the rest of the sisters decided to say, screw it, we're going to revive Zolmak because we can. But with the process of all this that happened, after we had gained the device that would allow us to talk with the darkness, it seems we got our hands on something of a bigger problem. Because immediately afterwards, the signal was being jammed. And thankfully, we could trace the jammed signal. But it led us to somewhere we haven't been in a very, very long time. And that's was the Black Garden. In Destiny 2's 7th raid, the Garden of Salvation, we delve back into the Black Garden to find a whole slurry of evolved Vex that have gathered more strength and more evolution than other Vex factions. These Vex were known as the Soul Divisive, which were actually using their knowledge of the darkness to worship the darkness and attempting to become more like this voice in the darkness, to evolve into a higher state of evolution. We found something very powerful, an evolved Vex mind that actively tried to use motes of light and dark against us. We did destroy it, and with that, we did unblock the signal that was blocking our current communications device with the darkness, which technically ends all the information and lore for Shadowkeep. And with the ending of Shadowkeep, it leads us to a new situation. The first of many long and somewhat boring seasons. Season of the Undying. After we had killed the Vex Mind in the Garden of Salvation raid, this is when the Vex decide to conceive a plan to take over and Vexify the moon, aka turn it into a massive Minecraft server. Except, there's one Vex mind that was particularly interested in doing this. Another sole device of Vex mind. The one, the only, the Undying Mind. The Undying Mind was a Destiny 1 strike boss that was a pain in the ass to kill. The whole gimmick about the Undying Mind was that technically the Undying Mind existed in all forms of the multiverse. The Undying Mind existed in other timelines, in other dimensions, in other multiversal universes, in other everything, in other anything and everything. Which means kind of like the Ascendant Plane rule, even if you killed it, there was another Undying Mind out there with the exact same plan. Turn the moon into a Minecraft server. So, over many months of grinding out murder and a lot of destroyed robots, the Vanguard had created a portal that would pull the Undying Mind out of every single universe, so that way we could grind killing the Undying Mind over and over and over again. It took quite some time, but we did it. The Undying Mind was officially dead. There was no more Undying Minds, no more Vex invasion. The sole divisive faction of the Vex decided to call off the entire invasion on the moon, and Minecraft servers could no longer become more dangerous than what they are. Season of the Dawn. You see, back during the events of Curse of Osiris, it seems that Osiris in his free time accidentally discovered that his lover, Saint 14, one of the greatest titans of all times, had unfortunately passed away because he also went into the Infinite Forest to look for Saint. Saint was heartbroken by this and vowed that he would do anything and everything to create a device that would allow him to go back in time and save his lover. That's okay. That sounds very it sounds very out there, but I assure you that's exactly what a sane person does when they lose their boyfriend. I am not joking. Anyways, so Osiris created a massive device called the Sundial that would allow him to enter the corridors of time and try to see if he could save Saint 14 at the right moment from when he was in the Infinite Forest on Mercury. Unfortunately, he could never find the right timeline, and after thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of spending in a near infinite timeline of events that happened, he could never find Saint 14. So frustrated and saddened and depressed, honestly, Osiris gave up. But he didn't shut down his machine. So he gave up, backed off from his machine, and gave it some time to think. But in the process of that, he accidentally left his machine available for other species to find, like the Cabal. The Red Legion found the Sundial and decided to take it for themselves. They went back in time and attempted to change the events of the Red War so that way they had won everything. And unfortunately, that led the Cabal to be lost in time, making time portals appear all over the galaxy, leading to a massive paradox of bullshit. So evidently, Osiris calls the Guardians call you, you get your ass down there and go through the Sundial and basically just have to kick out the fucking Cabal. Evidently, you come across 3 different Scion flares, and you find out that the 3 Scion flares are actually siblings. How sweet. Triplets. I'm joking, but seriously though. So it seems that this whole operation is being led by 3 separate Scion flares that are intending to revert the events of the Red War and change history entirely. You go in and basically kick out the Cabal. You wipe out the 3 Scion flares over and over and over again from as many timelines as possible. And not only that, but in the meantime, you also find certain keys and details that allow you to figure out which specific timelines are available for you to go in and save Saint. You find his favorite shotgun, called the Perfect Paradox. Apparently, the shotgun was handed to Saint 14 by someone he considered to be his mentor, aka you. Isn't that awesome? And you find the perfect timeline where you get to give him the perfect paradox, inspiring him to become the greatest Titan of all time. Later on, you find his destroyed ghost shell and a memory of when he was defeated and killed. You go back into the sundial, go back into the corridors of time, and you intervene the very moment Saint 14 gets defeated. You destroy the martyr mind that was supposed to suffocate him of his light and kill him. And then, in the greatest sequence of events ever, you bring Saint 14 home. The one and only greatest Titan of all time is now at our front fucking door. Isn't that goddamn beautiful? So, after you go into the corridors of time, save Saint 14, kick the shit out of 3 Scion flares, to the point that they say, fuck it, we gonna commit the fusion dance. And they commit the fusion dance into turning into Innotum, Oblivion's Tribune. You kill them plenty of times to the point that the Red Legion is just now non-existent in the timeline. Or at least in the corridors of time. So congratulations, the Red Legion get kicked out, and everything is A-OK. Season of the Worthy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say everything was A-OK? Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I meant everything was batshit crazy. Because apparently we were dead-ass wrong. You know how I said that there are 3 Scion sisters during the events of Season of the Dawn? Yeah, how strange. How strange. Yeah, apparently there's a 4th Scion sister. Apparently she was really weak, though, so she couldn't join her sisters in battle. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that there is still a 4th Scion sister. And she wanted herself some good old-fashioned revenge. So after the events of the sundial being failed, it seems that the 4th Scion sister said, fuck it, we going all in. This is our last game plan before we basically fail everything. So what happened is the 4th Scion sister made a plan that the Red Legion would go back to the Almighty. Yeah, the massive death weapon that was orbiting the sun, which got deactivated, so stop freaking out there. So they went back to the Almighty and basically turned off its thrusters, its orbiting equipment. They turned off everything, so that way the Almighty, within the span of 3 months, would then fall directly on top of the Traveler and the last safe city. So, with the help of Anna Bray, we worked with Rasputin to basically create a shit ton of rockets, launch them into space, and watch them destroy the Almighty once it started getting too close to Earth's orbit. That is essentially everything that happened in Season of the Worthy. There is other stuff, like the fact that Rasputin was having a panic attack and slowly learning that he has PTSD from the fact that he watched almost everyone he ever knew and helped live and care about die, just like Zavala. So we kind of learned that he isn't just an artificial intelligence. He does care about the people he's trying to protect. But outside of that, that's literally the entirety of the lore. We built rockets, shot them into space, blew something up, called it a fucking day. And everything was A-OK. Season of Arrivals. Yeah, did I say everything was A-OK? Yeah, I fucking lied. Why do you guys still believe me at this point? Why are you guys still watching? Go watch Bife. He has more details. Yeah, now we're in Season of Arrivals. You see, while Rasputin was tracking how many rockets we needed to build, he was also tracking something else. The Pyramid ships. Because apparently, they were re-entering the Sol System's orbit. The Pyramid ships weren't just outside our Milky Way galaxy anymore. They were on fucking top of us. They had literally surrounded the Sol System, to the point that we now had a Pyramid ship on 4 major areas. The moon Titan, the moon Io, the planet Mercury, and the planet of Mars. Those entire 4 locations had pyramid ships orbiting and floating all around them. And we only had one major question. Why? Well, you see, here's what we're trying to figure out. They're trying to commune with us, but for some insane reason, every time they try to start up a conversation with us, we get teleported to the Ascendant Plane, thanks to the helps of Savathun, who hired Nokris to continuously distract us for 3.5 fucking months. Fuck you. So, after 3.5 months of killing a bunch of Nokris' minions, we finally get the chance to kill Nokris within his throne world. Meaning, we finally killed fucking Nokris. Whoop-de fucking do. Nokris is dead, another son of Oryx dead, happy fucking Memorial Day. And then we finally get told the one thing we've always wanted to hear. The damn message that the fucking darkness was trying to tell us. This damn voice in the darkness. Which was essentially just, simply put, go to Europa. Ancient power awaits you. Motherfucker, you couldn't have texted us that. But still, though. After the darkness tells us this, we do receive another event, another mission of sorts. The traveler starts acting all weird and starts glowing and pulsing back together. It seems that after the traveler realized that the darkness was at its front doorstep again, it decided to say, I'm not going to shove them back this time. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to heal myself and shove them back this time. So, for the first time in years, after being this massive shard, destroyed up traveler looking thing, it finally rebuilt itself to the traveler we know and love since Destiny 1. And that was kind of the event. That was kind of it for Season of Arrivals. We did get a dungeon called the Prophecy Dungeon, but that was essentially just we went to the Realm of the Nine where we basically got to ask a question, which was, what is the darkness? Which our answer was simple. The darkness is the same thing as a light. It is not a being. It is not someone. It is a thing. It is a tool that we can use that is doing the exact same thing as we want it to do. Whatever we want it to do. And not only that, it is a tool that we use for the sake of a purpose that is not our own. In other words, we didn't get jack shit's worth of answers. All we got was complicated answers that the prophecy, that the Nine don't exactly know how to answer. So yeah, that's fun. But yeah, that was Season of Arrivals. And now that leads us to Year 4 of Destiny 2, Beyond Light. After being told to go to Europa, that's exactly what we did, and we find another empty pyramid ship. Except, this time, there was a bit more conflict going on than we expected it to. See, the instant we got to Europa, we found a distress signal that led us to Varix the Loyal. Aside from being pissed off that he technically inadvertently killed Cade 6, we find out that there's a whole slew of Fallen here. We find out that this is essentially the place that they have decided to call their new homeworld. This is their new Reese. And unfortunately, it's slowly going to become a massive militaristic group movement. You see, what had happened was quite simple. A group called the House of Salvation slowly took to power and is now taking the lead of everything that's happening. Aramis, the leader, the Kell of the House of Salvation, found out that the pyramid ship was just as equally here as we did. The darkness was not just talking to us, it was talking to anything and everything nearby. Aramis came rushing here and found the power called stasis. The physical embodiment of emotions. And Aramis is embodied absolutely by rage. Aramis hates the Traveler for the fact that it abandoned them, causing the whirlwind, causing the destruction of their home planet. Aramis wants nothing but to destroy the Traveler at any cost plausible. And frankly, I wouldn't blame her if all that crap happens. I'd kind of be in the same boat. But I'm on the Traveler's side, so fuck that bitch, I'm out. But as we find out that Aramis has the power of stasis, we realize we can't do anything about it. Which leads us to wondering what the fuck we can do. That is, until we get a strange signal to come closer to the pyramid, where this massive thing appears out of nowhere, and it gives us a shard of stasis that allows us to wield the darkness for our own. But not only that, right before we get consumed up in the whole idea of, oh my god, I finally have a weapon I get to use against the Elixni, this is when she makes her triumphant appearance yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Exo-Stranger has returned to Destiny lore. We haven't seen you since Destiny fucking 1. You better be proud of yourself. Except this time, she has time to explain. This is Elsie Bray, the sister of Anna Bray and the daughter of Clovis Bray. You see where she comes from, she witnessed the events of everything that has unfolded. She witnessed the birth of our guardian. She witnessed the Traveler. She witnessed everything happen. She witnessed the birth of our guardian, destroying the Black Heart, becoming the hero of the Red War, avenging Cade, finding the Black Fleet pyramid ship on the moon. Except when it came down to the gift that the darkness gives us, she notices that the gift that the darkness gives us, this stasis shard, corrupts us. And we show it off to our friends and the Vanguard and everyone else, and slowly and surely it corrupts everyone else, to the point that everyone starts using the darkness. But not just that, to the point that it starts killing everyone, to the point that we start becoming more and more evil, that we become more ambitious, to the point that we welcome the darkness in, that the Pyramid Fleet starts flying overhead and consumes the light and everything in this universe. This quote-unquote gift is a trap in plain sight. Elsie witnessed all this in her universe, so she used advanced technology to come back in time to stop that from happening. The Exo-Stranger here starts teaching us specifically how to use stasis as a tool. Light and dark are just tools, and we must use them for our own purposes, not let them use us. So after training with stasis and hunting down Phylax the Warrior, and I think whatever the other guy's name was. So, with the help of Varix the Loyal, we hunt down Phylax the Warrior, Praxis the Technocrats, and with that, it sends Aramis into a bit of a panic as she realizes she's losing control of the situation. So, in a desperate measure type of situation, she tells one of her men, Atrax, to go, quote-unquote, prepare the body. And then she decides to go into the Pyramidion here nearby on Europa and activate the Vex to start attacking everything and everywhere, including her own fallen units. With this all happening, we realize it's time. The situation's gotten too far out of hand for even Aramis to control, with the Vex now invading everything. So, we hunt down Aramis, and in a fast and quick set of events, we lose the shard of stasis and almost lose our ghost. And no longer with the tool in hand, we learn and master the power of stasis itself. Flowing within us is the power of light and darkness, and we can now control both of them without controlling us. So, we fight Aramis to the death, except right before she dies, her machine malfunctions that allowed her to use stasis, and it freezes her instead of killing her. So, Aramis actually ended up being frozen, too. I want to say death, but that's not what happened. She just ended up getting frozen. And afterwards, it led up to a set of events that allowed her best friend Critus to try to take over things and revive Aramis. We found out about that. We stopped Critus. We killed Critus. Everything was A-okay, and everything went back to the way things were. Is what I would have said if that's what actually happened. Haha, you believe me? Get pranked. No, that's not what happened. You see, what really happened, 110%, is none other than the Deep Stone Crypt raid. You see, when Aramis told Atrax to go prepare the body, what had happened was that Atrax went back to the Deep Stone Crypt, the birthplace of the Exos, and prepared a body to be reawakened and reinvented. This body was none other than, apparently, Taniks the Abomination. Or, well, Taniks the Scarred. You see, Taniks was an old strike boss, which was hilarious because he was part of Aramis's crew. But not only was he part of Aramis's crew, he was a strike boss that got reused and refought over again and again and again back in Destiny 1. We fought him as a strike boss in D1. And then when the Taken King came out, they came out with a Taken version of Taniks the Scarred boss. And then, when the Iron Lords DLC came out, they came out with a Siva version of Taniks the Scarred Strike. And then they came out with the Nightmare Taniks the Scarred back during the Shadowkeep DLC. And then they said, hey, screw it. Let's come out with Taniks the Abomination Raid Final Boss. Because why not? I feel like Bungie hates this guy more than they should. So anyways, with the Deep Stone Crypt raid, we basically go up into space to the Deep Stone Crypt satellite, which is going to be used as a massive nuclear bomb. We stop it from being used as a nuclear bomb by making it crash into Europa without killing everything. We kill Taniks the Scarred, and we're heroes of the day. And that is the events of Beyond Light. Congratulations, Beyond Light is over with. Whoop-de-fucking-do. And unfortunately, I'm running out of areas for cool background drops because these next couple of seasons, I don't really have a couple of cool background drops. And also, I'm very fucking tired. So for right now, I'm just going to keep talking as I go on with the events of the next couple of seasons. I apologize, but there's not really an area I could go for Season of the Hunt, or for Season of the Chosen. I do have an area I could go for Season of the Splicer, but not for Season of the Lost. So, for the rest of the video, it's just going to be a lot of very little visual representation, and just a lot of me talking. We're in the end game, bitches, and I am very tired, so let's get this over with. Season of the Hunt. After the events of Beyond Light, it seems that there was a massive power gap as the planets vanished. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that? After the events of Season of Arrivals, the planets that had pyramid ships dangling over them, Mercury, Titan, Io, and Mars, had disappeared completely. I wish I was fucking joking. Gone. Disappeared. No evidence that they ever were there in the first place. The planets were missing. Dangerous shit. Dangerous shit. That's what that is right there. But anyways, so the planets just up and up went missing, and with the disappearance of all that going on, Xivu decided to say, fuck it, I'm going to use this power gap to fill in and make more of an army by spawning these massive plant-like things called cryptoliths to lure people into my army. We hear about this, and we're thinking to ourselves, that's fucking bad, we need to stop this. But we learn about this because Osiris sent out a massive distress signal on the moon. We go to save his ass because unfortunately Sagira, his ghost, got destroyed. So technically he is now without a ghost, meaning he has no connection to light, which means he is mortal. Osiris could die, and we can't let that happen. So we go to the moon, save Osiris's ass, but in the process of doing so, we find out that there's a new guardian in town. And his name is the Crow. And guess what? He is Oldrinsov. Apparently, back when the events of Forsaken happened, the body that went missing, yeah, Oldrinsov got revived as a guardian. Holy shit, am I right? And he's been working for the goddamn Spider this entire time. Spider, you son of a bitch. Anyways, so he's been working for Spider as an undercover agent and unit this entire time. But now, with the help of Spider and Crow, we're going to use their incredible hunting skills and some technology invented again by Spider and Crow to draw out the Wrathborn and find out the leader of the Wrathborn, so that way we can stop these cryptoliths from being basically spawned and planted and such. And, you know, after multiple hunts, we finally find the Wrathborn King, or whatever the fuck he was actually called. I don't remember. It was something stupid. We find the Wrathborn leader and execute him. Now, with that all being said, there are still a bunch of increases to Xivu-Arath's army, but it doesn't really matter because now we at least put a dent and a halt in it for now. So, with the help of Crow and Spider, this kind of led to a situation where Spider said, hey, congratulations, we work together. As an agreement, I'll let you pick out anything that's within my cave. We picked out Crow because technically he owns Crow. The Spider thought that this was both the cockiest thing that he's ever done and the rudest thing he's ever done. But Spider's a man of his word, so he let Crow go free and released him back to us, the Guardians. So yay, we freed the man that killed our best friend, Cade 6. Oh, this is going to be hard explaining to the Vanguard. Season of the Chosen. After the events of Season of the Hunt, again, like I said, there's a massive power gap, and Xivu-Arath is slowly building up an army. We did put a dent into that, but apparently this power gap has increased a lot of more enemy and frenemy bullshit, you know? And apparently Empress Keitel of the Cabal now sees this as a huge threat, not to just her people, but also to everyone else in the solar system. Empress Keitel invites Zavala to a massive talk where they want to join forces so that way they can stop the Cabal, not this Cabal, so that way they can stop the Hive from becoming a massive threat bigger than they expected it to become. Unfortunately, we don't exactly trust the Red Legion or the Cabal at all, so we say no to Empress Keitel. Keitel actually respects this decision and decides not to go with combat or to war with us. She just wanted to talk the idea out, and if we said no, we said no. If we said yes, yay. Which is actually kind of interesting for the first part, but hey, whatever. So anyways, because of the fact that Empress Keitel is now going to start working on a traditional battle fleet of sorts, she's going to start recruiting people from the Red Legion and from the Emperor's Leviathan's personal guard, I suppose you could say. She's going to start inviting people to her fleet, but they have to be challenged and they have to succeed in her challenges in order to be invited to her fleet. We take this as an opportunity to invoke ourselves into her challenges and stop them from being invoked into her fleet. Keitel realizes what the fuck we're doing and calls us out on our bullshit, saying, hey, I'm trying to make an army that will combat the Hive, not the Guardians. And the Guardians are sitting there like, that doesn't mean we fucking trust you. So she's like, hey, I have an idea. How about I'll send a champion of my own, you send a champion of your own. If you win, I'll stop trying to create an army that will combat the Hive. If I win, Commander Zavala becomes part of our fleet, and we, and he and I, and the Guardians in general, the Vanguard in general, will be part of the Cabal Empire, and we will work together to stop the Hive. Pretty fair deal, if you ask me. I'm not even going to lie about that. So we agree to that, and in an incredible strike where we go on a moving mobile land tank, we kill her champion. Fuck you, Keitel. No offense. Keitel is a woman of her word, or space turtle of her word, and decides to set up a meeting where, basically speaking, we get to draw peace. Except, secretly in the background while all this has been happening, you see that fourth Scion sister from, like, Season of the Worthy fucking forever ago? Yeah, she's been making plans. She's been making secret attempts at creating light-canceling technology. So that way they can shoot a ghost, cancel the connection of the light from the ghost to the Guardian, therefore rendering the Guardian mortal. If they do that, they plan to attempt an assassination on Zavala in broad fucking daylight. That's exactly what this damn Scion's plan is. This is horrifying. Thankfully, due to the help of Saladin, Osiris, and the mysterious new Guardian nicknamed Crow, who's wearing a mask and no one can see past his face. What a weird coinkydink there. How suspiciously unsuspicious. Because of the secret ambitions of Osiris, Saladin, and Crow, they figure out about this plan, and right as Zavala and Keitel are about to draw blood, by cutting their hand, of course, and draw an act of peace, Zavala's ghost gets shot with a device that disables his light. Crow jumps in just in time to save Zavala's life, so Zavala is not harmed or in danger. And Keitel body slams the shit out of the Scion that tried to assassinate Zavala, proving that she's not the one that planned this, nor did she want this. And that kind of leads to events. Number one, a mutual bonding with Keitel and the new Blue Legion that we don't exactly trust, but we aren't on frenemy terms anymore, so that's kind of nice. But in the process of saving Zavala's life, it broke off his mask, which also led to Crow being revealed that he is the resurrected guardian of Ultransov. And surprisingly, Zavala takes well to this. And that is the end of Season of the Chosen. Season of the Splicer. So apparently a couple weeks after, not a couple weeks, sometime after the events of Season of the Chosen, apparently, for some insane reason, the sun just didn't come up anymore. Yeah, there's a funny story about that. Yeah, the sun just decided to say no, and end of story. The sun just decided to say no. Yeah, no, that's not it. So apparently, the Vex decided to plunge the city into a simulation where the sun never came back up again, leaving the last safe city in a state of eternal nighttime. Not only that, but it started having fluctuations with the power, which was causing things to go haywire and making them realize, hey, even if we let the simulation stay, it's going to cause problems for the long haul of this last safe city. We can't let that fucking happen. We need to fix this. But the problem is no one in the city, no Guardian or Warlock alive, knows how to fucking fix this. No one knows how to stop effect simulation. At least, no one that they're not willing to work with. There is a group of fallen that are known as splicers, beings that can technically commune with technology. And thank God that one of these fallen splicers is Mithrax, who is the young Kel, but the Kel of the House of Light. They're one of the few houses that actually still believe in the Traveler and want to worship it, just like the olden days of the golden age of the planet Reese. Oh, thank God. So we reach out to Mithrax, and we decide to make up a deal with him that we will harbor his people and promise them some form of safety as long as he can help us get into the Vex network and, find a way to stop this eternal night. And thankfully, after multiple months of working together, not only do we form a brand new bond of friendship and understanding and stop racism, but we also let the sun come back up again. And about that racism part, that is true. The Fallen have basically been an enemy type to Destiny for years and years to come. Basically being told we're working with them is one thing, especially when we're also having to realize that the Fallen are just as equally afraid of the Guardians as the human civilians are afraid of the Fallen. So yeah, that's fun to realize. However, there was one minor teensy-weensy inconvenience throughout the entire season. Albeit Mithrax did help us get the sun back up, there was one problem. The factions, as well as the civilians, did not appreciate that we were working with the House of Light in the slightest bit. In fact, the leader of the future War Cult faction, Lakshmi II, effectively attempted an assassination attempt on the entirety of the Fallen within the last safe city. All of the House of Light was practically going to fucking die because of one fucking lady's racism. God damn. Unfortunately, it failed horribly, leading to Lakshmi II's death, and led to one of the greatest stand-downs between Mithrax, Saint 14, Ikora, Amanda Holiday, the pilot, and a shit ton of Vex. So in the end of the day, we did save the day. The sun came back up. The House of Light was known as our best of friends and allies. And not only that, but we also got the kill a lot of fucking robots in an 80s styled manner. And not only that, we also got to kill a really powerful Vex. Now, you see, this is where I'm going to backtrack a little bit. In the process of trying to figure out how to stop the Endless Night, we kind of needed to figure out who was in charge of things. Apparently, after multiple weeks of going into multiple simulations, by the 4th week of simulations, we found out that there was Taken residue going on everywhere. So, with that, we figured out it was Quoria the Dreaming Mind. Quoria the Dreaming Mind is a Vex mind with Taken abilities and powers. That shit don't just happen. That doesn't just happen. And Quoria's whole lore and debacle is quite simple. Quoria accidentally ran into Oryx, and they fought for so long that Oryx is like, hey, you are the strongest thing I think I've ever met. Here, have some Taken powers, because you're not even fighting me at my strongest form. He literally... Oryx just became Son Goku and offered him a goddamn Sensu Bean. That's exactly what just happened here. Oryx just offered Quoria the Dreaming Mind a Sensu Bean and Super Saiyan abilities. That's what just fucking happened there. But anyways, so because of that, Quoria had the ability to run over the Taken. But because of all this, Quoria wasn't intentionally intending on causing the Vex simulation, but it seems something pushed Quoria to pull this over on everything. So there was that, and also during the events of the mass riot of Vex attacking the House of Light, it seems that apparently some leaked information got out that stated that Osiris helped Lakshmi II open up the portal that got that got the Vex into the last safe city. No one believed it at first, but it didn't help that after they cleared up all the Vex and shut down the portal, it didn't help that Osiris was gone, missing. He wasn't dead, he was just fucking missing. So this was very concerning. Osiris, the same man who lost his ghost and helped us hunt down the Wrathborn, Osiris, the same man who conflictedly helped Crow and guided him to understanding that he can help the Vanguard without exposing his identity, and then said, fuck it, just expose your identity to everyone except everyone. You know, just the Vanguard, just the Vanguard. The same Osiris who helped us open portals and kill the Vex, specifically to stop the Endless Night. So why the fuck did he help the Lakshmi II open a portal to kill the goddamn House of Light? That's really concerning. And then why'd he go missing? That's really concerning. So yeah, that ends everything for the season The Splicer right then and there. I'm losing my mind with this the more I keep talking. I'm not lying about that. This video is going to be a disaster the closer I get to the ending of this. Season of the Lost. Fuck. So, long story short, we finally catch up to Osiris, and it turns out Osiris is making all these giggles, these laughs, these evil maniacal laughs, and we're questioning ourselves, is this really Osiris? Fun fact, it wasn't. Ever since the season of The Hunt, this was not Osiris. This was in fact Savathun, who disguised herself using Osiris as the fucking bait. Savathun has now lived amongst us. Why? What was the reason? Why was the reason? We don't fucking know. But we do know this. She's currently kind of holding Osiris hostage until Queen Marisov gives her the one thing that she wants. freedom from her worm. She wants her worm to be exorcised from her body. So we need to help out Marasov to help out Savathun. Fuck. They do this every time. Can we ever just not help out our enemy with Marasov? Can we ever just have a season with Marasov that doesn't involve helping out our fucking enemy? Fuck. Anyways, so then we have to travel through the Ascendant Plane throughout specific highways and paths called ley lines to very specifically find some missing people, Techians. We have to find the missing Techians to help Marasov complete the exorcism and extradite Savathun's worm, which is actually exactly what we do. The only problem is in the process of trying to extradite her worm and collect all the Techians who are just scattered across time and space, Savathun keeps antagonizing everyone to, you know, piss us off. The only problem is she antagonized Crow. Crow got super curious about who he was and why everyone hates him for some unreasonable reason. Couldn't be because he killed Cade 6. It couldn't mean that at all. Oh, it was totally that. So unfortunately, Savathun tricked Crow into him regaining all of his memories, and he gained all of his memories. And then he's just kind of took it well. He actually actively sat there and said, you know what? I need to be put off this case. Savathun just tricked me and probably fell into something of her plan. We can't let this happen again. So Crow just took off, and we sat there like, you know what? That's fair. And honestly, yeah, we exorcised her worm, and she was wormless, and she escaped. But hey, at least she left Osiris's body, who was totally alive but totally unconscious, and that ended Season of Lost. And that ends Year 4 of Destiny. I got 2 more years of explaining shit to do. Oh, there's also the 30th anniversary for Bungie. There didn't actually happen to have a lot of lore for this, but it did have Xur pop out and say, hey, we have a game show called Dares of Eternity. Come here and get interdimensional lore. That's all that really happened, you know? That's all that fucking happened. Speed run it, bitch. Let's go. Holy fuck. This is my longest stream I've ever done, and this is going to be so much editing in the nearby future. Okay. Year 5. The Witch Queen. After Savathun tricked us into exorcising her worm, we kind of didn't know where she went, and we were just saying to ourselves, we need to figure out where the fuck she is as soon as possible, because now she's at a weakened state. Guess what? We find her. Just hilariously, we find her on Mars. Back during Season of Rivals, I mentioned that Mars disappeared. Well, Mars has now reappeared, and the scary thing is we don't know why. We had no explanation as to what happened when the planets left us. We have no explanation as to why this planet is back. And not only that, we have no explanation as to why this planet is back with temporal fractures on it. There are now just temporal loops happening everywhere. You could walk through a portal and all of a sudden you're back during when Mars was a golden utopia, and then you walk back through that portal and all of a sudden it's a deserted desert. So yeah, that's weird. That's really fucking weird. But not only that, we find Savathun's massive warship. Ain't that fucking cool? So we find Savathun's massive warship, and we go through the warship into Savathun's personal throne world. This is great. Now all we have to do is find her and perma-kill her. This is fucking perfect. Am I right, or am I right? There's just one problem. When we travel down Savathun's throne world, we realize something horrible. She has the light. There are other Lucent Hive that have the light and have light abilities. This is horrifying. Why do they have the light? What the fuck happened? How did this even come to play? So, we're trying to figure out step 1 of figuring out where the fuck we need to go and what the fuck we need to do, only to find a friendly, helpful little face in the name of Finch. Finch is a hive ghost who doesn't understand what's going on either. Finch essentially just sat there and said, listen, the reason as to why all of this is happening makes no sense to me, and I work for these motherfuckers. So yeah, that's saying something. So Finch starts giving us some information about certain areas inside Savathun's throne world that could lead to secrets. And these secrets help us unlock the events of what the fuck happened and how they happened. Ain't that just peachy? Using an artifact we found on Savathun's ship, we craft a new weapon we've never seen before, but has technically always been known in this crafting device, called a glaive, known only as the Enigma. The Enigma glaive is basically a weapon that has always existed, regardless if we knew the blueprints about it or not. And because of this, it will become helpful for future purposes. It's a mouse tool, motherfuckers. God damn it! I just need to shut up. I just need to shut the fuck up. This script I've written is completely off hinges at this point. I've completely gone off the hinges. Still though, we go around all over the throne world. We find multiple different temples. We find a temple to Xivu Arath, where we find out that she was speaking with the voice in the darkness. The same voice in the darkness that told us to go to Europa. The same voice in the darkness that told us it would be our salvation into the Shadowkeep DLC. So, we know that this voice in the darkness is an actual being. One named the Witness. This is big shit. We have never once been given a confirmed name for a being that actually controls, from what we're aware of, the quote-unquote darkness. Fuck yeah. And then we go to Oryx's shrine, where we find out that she actually willingly turned herself into Osiris to live amongst us Guardians. Not for the sake of research, but for the sake of hiding from Xivu Arath. Hiding from Xivu Arath because she's not happy with her life choices. So this is weird. Why is she not happy with her life choices? What happened? She's depicted as the hive god of lying and cunning. So why in the world would she lie to her own family about her religion that she believes in, because she's the one that technically helped make this fucking religion? And then from a Sathona shrine, we find out the last bit and piece of informational lore. We find out that once Savathun got her worm exorcised, she went to the Traveler to plead, maybe, oh maybe, this will be a legitimate death. Nope, it was not a legitimate death. Savathun died in a hive, sorry, I'm losing words right now, a hive ghost spawned directly in front of her and respawned her immediately. In other words, this entire event has been planned. She set up these shrines knowing we'd find them. She set up clues knowing we would figure out what they mean. In other words, she set everything up to the point that we would show her her memories, which would clog her memories and remind her of what her major game plan is. We basically did all the hard work for Savathun. That is exactly what just happened. We basically just reminded her who the Witness is. We reminded her that she wasn't pleased with her life choices, and we just reminded her that she willingly received the light, and she has a plan to kidnap and steal the Traveler, so that way this Witness can't do anything to it. Well, we got a game plan of our own as well. We find out very secretly that, guess what? Dun dun dun, drum roll please. All the way back at the beginning of this video, when I started talking about Fundament and the worm larvae that was speaking to Sathona, telling them to go deeper into the deep, drown in the deep. Yeah, apparently, fun fact, the worm familiar was being controlled by the Witness. The Witness was whispering through the worm familiar, telling Sathona to go deeper into the deep, meeting with the worm gods. Sathona got tricked into joining the darkness, which is why During the collapse, when the darkness was about to encroach upon the light, Savathun actually did something that halted the darkness's progress towards destroying the light, or whatever its main goal is. We don't fucking know quite yet. Because she got curious. She had always been told that the light is horrible, that the light is bad, that the light is disgusting and bad. Yeah, that's cool. That's great. What's your evidence towards that, though? She never had any proof that the light was bad. All that she was ever told was what she was told. And then she had a curious thought of, hey, what if they're wrong? So, she's now doing all of this to finally stop the fucking witness. This darkness man. Simply because she finally got curious to say, hey, why though? God damn it, Savathun. You could have helped us with this planning like fucking years ago. But no, you had to make this all secretive. Anyways, though, we figured out the cruel secret that she was tricked into joining the Hive instead of being willingly joining. Or instead of, naturally joining the light and then getting dark aged all over again. Just like the Fallen. Fuck. Again. So, we use this as an advantage against her. In the middle of a final combat, we're just like, hey, you want to see my TED Talk? And we present her the information. This enrages her to the point that she starts making more mistakes than she can account for. So, as she's trying to steal the Traveler, we just show her our TED Talk and our Watch Mojo video, which pisses her off, so we undo her work, send the Traveler back, kill her, but right before she dies, her ghost, Imaru, disappears. And then we sit there and think to ourselves, welp, her Hive ghost is gone, but we didn't squash him. So technically speaking, she could still come back. And that is essentially the ending of the Witch Queen DLC. It was a whole lot of trickery, a whole lot of bastardness, it was a whole lot of bullshit. And it all basically just meant that we basically got tricked into delivering Savathun her memories so that way she would remember what she needed to do in order to complete her plan, which is to kidnap the Traveler. But hey, it doesn't matter if she did or doesn't kidnap the Traveler, right? We still win. We're still playing the game. Right? Please, I've been talking for hours. Tell me we're winning this thing. Right? Well, after the death of Savathun, it actually sparked off something completely different, which was the Vow of the Disciple raid. Apparently, the Guardians kind of ignored the fact that there's a giant pyramid ship in the background of Savathun's fucking environment, her throne world. So, one day, the Guardians say, fuck it, let's go. Let's go into the giant pyramid ship that looks all scratched up, torn up, beat up. And also, it's reading some really powerful energy readings. We go in there, and apparently we find a massive douchebag by the name of Rolk, Witness's first disciple. This dude was the first guy to ever abandon everything he's ever known just for the sake of the Witness and this essential big plan he's got. Whatever the fuck it is. So as we progress through this area, he just keeps telling us about how great the Witness is and how this whole plan of his is going to grow work. Also, the more we keep progressing throughout the raid, the more we actually keep helping Rolk create something called a massive death weapon called the Upended. Once we helped him create the Upended, he's like, okay, now that you helped me create it, I'm going to kill you guys. I'm going to use the Upended to take over the throne world. And we're sitting there like, well, that can't be good. So then we kill Rolk instead. Fuck you, Rolk. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Fuck you. But still, we kind of sit there and think to ourselves, okay, so the Witness has guys that have joined him. Good to know. Outside of the Hive, outside of Vex, outside of Cabal. Good to fucking know. Now we just need to figure out who these motherfuckers are and kill them before the Witness gets here, because chances are he's probably on his pyramid fleets, shit, doing all this shit again. That leads to the ending of Witch Queen, which again, a lot of lies, a lot of trickery, a lot of witch stuff, which led to just us killing the Witch Queen, essentially dooming ourselves in the next 2 years. Ugh. This leads us to Season of the Risen. While people were off completing the Witch Queen DLC, it seems Keitel and Zavala wanted to work together to actually be able to stop the Light Hive from spreading their forces across the galaxy. Because apparently they had made this massive plan that said, fuck it, we're gonna make a plan to invade the Scarlet Keep. The only problem is they didn't know about this plan until they invaded the minds of the Lucent Hive. So they used psionic powers to invade the minds and forcefully mind read whatever the fuck the plan was for the Lucent Hive. Crow didn't agree with this plan, and unfortunately in the process of trying to stop this plan from, killing the Lucent Hive or mentally lobotomizing them, whatever the difference is, he accidentally killed the Scion ambassador that was aboard our ship. So, Kyle gets super pissed off and says, you killed my ambassador, I'm gonna kill you. Lord Saladin gets in between them and says, hey now, how about you take my life instead? Kyle thinks that this is a cool idea and super respectful, so instead of killing Saladin, she forces Saladin to join her ranks as Valis Forge. That's great. Fuck you, Crow. You had one job and you fucked it up. I'm so disappointed in you right now. So yeah, that fucking happened. But hey, we stopped an invasion on the moon of the Lucent Hive taking over everything else. Isn't that great? That ends Season of the Risen. We're now moving on to Season of the Haunted. Guess what, motherfuckers? Callus is back, baby! And this time, he's redder than ever. Yeah. Fuck. So, long story short, because I'm just trying to get over this at this point. God damn it, this video is going to take so long! Ha! So long story short, Callus returns, except this time his Leviathan is orbiting over the moon. But he's not intending on eating it or destroying it. In fact, he has different intentions. Apparently, he is using the nightmare energy on the moon to transfer over to his ship. He's trying to use the nightmare energy to connect his mind with the pyramid ship in the middle of the moon, so that way he could take control and over the ship. That was his plan. The only way we knew how to stop his plan was to use his nightmare energy and turn it to, I don't even know what you want to call it, dream energy? What's the opposite of a nightmare or dream, I guess? So yeah, we're going to turn it to dream or memory energy and use it against him. So we had to invoke this for like 3 different people. For Zavala, it was his dead wife that he blames himself for for the death of his son. Damn, I'm mixing up words already. For Crow, it's obviously Oldrensoft, because now that he remembers who he once was, he does feel bad about the events of what has happened. The problem is he now has to cope with the fact that he isn't Oldrensoft, but he does remember everything Oldrensofts did. He felt as if he was Oldrensoft, so now he has to realize he was Oldrensoft. Now he is Crow. So he moves on from his past trauma of what he once did, but not what he is currently doing. He's learning from his past mistakes, literally. And then there's Empress Keitel, who feels as if she's not good enough to become the current Empress of the Cabal, especially since she's currently working with the murderers of Dominus Gaul, who is the person she actually looked up to. So she now has to realize that she does not need to keep looking back at her past predecessors and her past ancestors and think to herself, I need to be just like them. I need to do what's best for the Empire, which may mean changing ways, which may mean spitting on the grave of that which I loved the most, which was Dominus Gaul. So she kind of just learned to move on and accept that things need to change, regardless if that change is what others wanted or not. If it's the best for everyone, and if it's best for her empire, that's the best solution. So they all kind of just learn the situations of what they can and can't do, turn their nightmare energy into dream energy, beat the shit out of Callus, and win the day. Except Callus still kind of just doesn't lose in the end of the day. I wish I was joking. Motherfucker literally wakes up from a nap and just says, oh, I didn't control the damn pyramid ship? Oh well, I guess I'll still just join the darkness another day. And that ends Season of the Haunted, which leads us to Season of the Plunder, which is one of my favorite seasons. Holy shit. But yeah. Season of Plunder. So, long story short, Aramis gets unfrozen from her frozen cocoon in Europa, and we figure out that it was actually the Witness that made a deal with her. So she's now working for the Witness. We just don't know how temporary or how non-temporary this deal, technically speaking, is. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I'm saying? So anyways, she's working for the Witness now, but she's hiding amongst the old pirate lords and pirate fleets out in the edge of space. Why is she hiding out amongst them? Simple. She was given a task to find old artifacts and urns of Nezarec. Nezarec being the literal embodiment of nightmare energy. I wish I was joking. Not to mention, Nezarec was also one of the many disciples of the Witness. So technically speaking, now that Rolk is dead, I guess that Rolk was dead. Witness was basically saying, I need a sidekick. I don't trust Aramis. I don't like Callus. I would much rather have Nezarec back. Aramis, go grab me Nezarec pieces, and I don't fucking know. I'll give you a cookie. And that was essentially the season. So we worked with Mithrax and with Spider to reacquire a pirate ship and raid and loot other fucking pirate lords for Nezarec bits and pieces. In the process of this, we found out that Mithrax used to be a pirate lord before he became the Kell of House Light, and he swapped over because he was not approving. He disapproved his own previous lifestyle. He didn't need a mom or dad. He disapproved it of himself. Motherfucker grew up in one day and said, you know what, pirates is just so inappropriate. I feel bad. I've committed some very dangerous war crimes. I need to move on with my life and do this thing called growing up. Spider, you should do the same. That's exactly what just happened. That is exactly what happened in the events of Season of Plunder. So, in the end of the day, we collected all of the Nezarec pieces, and, well, with some good old-fashioned plot armor, we used this to figure out how to reawaken Osiris, who's been in a coma this whole fucking time. He's been in a coma since Season of the Lost. He's just been out of it this whole time. And that is the ending of Season of the Plunder. Which leads us to Season of the Seraph, which has a bit more complex lore to it, I think. So, after the events of Season of Arrivals, and technically Season of the Worthy, long story short, at the beginning of Season of Arrivals, when the darkness re-entered itself into the Sol system, Rasputin tried to attack it head-on, but ended up accidentally deactivating himself because he was basically so overpowered because of the Witness's technology and attack. So yeah, there's that. So Rasputin has been in deactivation mode, and since Mars was going to disappear entirely, they needed to find a way to transport Rasputin from Mars, which was basically his home and his whole living situation, to the towers. So that way Anna Bray could get him into an exosuit of some kind and sort. The only problem is she's been having technical difficulties with that this entire time. But the instant Osiris woke up, he needed to talk to Rasputin because he knew something. He saw the life of Savathun through Savathun's eyes. So he saw something that Savathun probably did or didn't want him to see. So he needs to know something that only Rasputin should be able to know about. Or help him figure out, you know? Anna Bray's been having technical difficulties at trying to get Rasputin back up to date, so there's been that. But with the help of Clovis Bray, we can technically get Rasputin back into an exo body and suit. We just need to get his other AI personalities, I guess you want to call it, his other AI personalities into a suit, which is so weird if you think about it. So Rasputin in full could not make it into... Rasputin made it into an engram, but the problem is to make an exosuit work for Rasputin, they needed to download data key signatures that couldn't make it into the engram, so they needed to find his spare personalities that he had separated just in case he got deleted, weird situation. So you found Seraph bunkers all across the system, found these spare personalities, put them back together, used their key signature data to copy and paste for Rasputin's missing key signature data, and recreate Rasputin in an exo body. I am not even conscious at this current moment of time, and I somehow said that perfectly with some stutters in there. Holy Christ. Am I a genius when I'm not awake? Or when I'm somewhat awake, I'm physically not thinking or breathing at this current moment of time. I'm just still talking. Anyways, the problem is the instant Rasputin gets his exobody, he immediately shuts Clovis Bray out of their system. Because apparently Clovis Bray was planning on using all of the Aikilos weapons and all of Rasputin's weaponry and systems and schematics to destroy the Travelers, so Clovis Bray himself could basically be known as a god to the human race. Yeah, that plan was not going to work out. But anyways, Rasputin's back now, but now we kind of have a situation that no one expected. Rasputin is essentially a war god. The problem is if he does anything war god-like, then the actual god of war, Zevo or Wrath, will gain benefit from it and cause a massive invasion of Hive. So they can't let that happen. But they also can't not use Rasputin because he's the defense system of the solar system. So now they're just sitting there like, what do we do? What the fuck do we do? We just did all this for fucking nothing. Is that what you're telling me here? Fuck. But anyways, long story short, that was kind of the beginning and ending of the season before we get to the season finale, which was quite simple. Aramis infiltrated herself into one of Rasputin's, I almost said Sasputin's, goddammit. She infiltrated herself into one of Rasputin's satellites and started taking over Rasputin's weaponized satellites that was going to target and destroy the Traveler. So the only plan that they had thought of for the time being was simply turn off Rasputin. And by turning off Rasputin, I mean killing him. They really had to deactivate and kill Rasputin after we worked so hard to bring him back for the third fucking time. God damn it. Can we not do this shit ever again? Fuck. Anyways, so they turned off and destroyed Rasputin, which destroyed all of his satellites and shit, which basically means Aramis technically failed the witness for a second time. Damn. But not only that, it also kind of left the Traveler in a bit of an awkward situation because the Traveler left the orbit of the last safe city, now entering Earth's major orbit, just kind of sitting there, waiting for the witness to show up. Because, like the witness says in the last cutscene before the Lightfall DLC gets here, it had nowhere left to run. And that concludes Season of the Seraph with one of the coolest cutscenes ever known in Destiny history, and the death of Rasputin after saving his ass for the third time. Damn it all. This leads us to Year 6, aka Lightfall, which is one of the biggest disappointments of DLCs, but I'll try to make it sound cool. So the Witness and all of its pyramid ships have arrived, which caused the Traveler to go into all-out war mode. It shot a massive beam of light within one of the Witness's ships, which unfortunately didn't even phase the Witness, but it did cause the Traveler to be frozen within a certain span of time. The Witness tried to cut open a portal within the Traveler, but unfortunately it felt as if it was halted, like it was missing a step. The Witness was then reminded of something very vital and important that was now nearby. The Witness could detect that the other acting of causality was nearby. There was a causal force for the light, which was the Traveler, and there's a causal force for the darkness, which we don't know what that is, but apparently it's nearby enough for the Witness to say, "Hey, Callus, go get it." With that having happened, Osiris immediately jumps off in action saying, hey, we need to stop this from happening. The Guardian jumps off and goes off after Osiris. Apparently they go to the distant planet of, what's-its-face? Neptune. I almost said Uranus. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda glad I didn't say Uranus. But still, they went off to the distant planet of Neptune, which they sat there and thought to themselves, hey, why are we here? There's nothing here. This makes no fucking sense. So they're just kind of curious as to what the fuck's going on. Maybe something's here that they just don't know about. But anyways, long story short, they get to Neptune only to find this massive advanced civilization. And they're, honest to God, super confused. They meet these two Cloud Striders by the name of Rohan and Nimbus. Rohan is the old grizzled vet. Nimbus is the new youngling that's trying to go from private to private with insignia. So an E1 to E2. Fucking funny. But yeah, so we get here and Callus's massive ship has already landed within the events of the city of Neomuna. So we know for a fact shit hit the fan. Callus is now a witness of Callus is now a disciple of the Witness, meaning he is the same thing that Rolk once was many, many years ago. He is a powerhouse that's going to fucking attempt to murder us. And this time he ain't gonna pay us to do it either. So yeah, this sucks. I'm just saying that now because it's true. So, Lightfall. How does it go? Well, we reach Neomuna. We try to reach something called the Cloud Arc, which is apparently exactly what Callus is going for. We don't know why Callus is going for this device called the Cloud Arc. Probably to distract us from the actual main goal, which is whatever Callus is actually here for. Because apparently, according to Rohan and Nimbus, the Cloud Arc is connected to the entirety of Neomuna. It is basically their life, soul, mind, and digital body. If Cloud Arc goes down, the entire civilization of Neomuna goes down as well. So, fuck. They need to stop them from doing whatever it is that they're trying to do to the Cloud Arc. Got it! That's fucking fabulous. Apparently, though, the advanced technology of Neomuna has left Callus at a state of disarray where he's sitting there thinking to himself, well, I'm trying, but it's going to take us a little minute. We learn all this through an accidental cutscene where we see everything through the Witness's POV from our ghost's POV, because he just becomes a little projector and shows us off his side of the projection. Ain't that fucking pretty neat? So anyways, we're trying to figure out how to get to the Cloud Arc without destroying everything. Osiris is losing his shit because technically we don't need to lose this battle. If we lose this battle, we lose the war, period. Or at least that's what we're thinking right now, because we don't really want to afford to lose this fight. Well, something happens. We find this weird strand threadling. It's some weird invisible string that allows us to pull on it and play Spider-Man and all that shit. So we pull on it and allows us to control this new darkness power. It is a physical power and manifestation of thought. This is where we realize that darkness is a mental state. Darkness is literally the mental world. Stasis was emotions. The nightmare energy is literally nightmare energy. It's our memories turned against us. And then the dream energy is memory energy. And then Strand seems to be like clear cognitive thought. Whereas if we actually get our thoughts jumbled up with emotions, Strand can start working against us and actually destroy the user, which means you have to be cautious and careful with Strand. Very interesting how all that works. But anyways, as the Guardian starts training with Strand, because it seems to be the one thing Callus's entire Legion is not prepared for, Callus creates a mass weapon called the Radial Mass, which for some insane reason disables all of our light and our stasis abilities, but it doesn't disable our Strand abilities. So he tries to use the Radial Mass against the Cloud Arc for some fucking reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Probably thought it would act like a nuclear bomb or some shit like that. And that's when Rohan, Nimbus, and us, the amazing guardian that we are, the god killer that we are, we get called to action. We go in, we fight Callus, we stop him from using the Radial Mass. Unfortunately, it costs us Rohan's life. Not only does it cost us Rohan's life, it also makes us sit there and think to ourselves, why the fuck did Rohan have to die? God damn, that's kind of bullshit. But anyways, here we are, I guess. So the Radial Mass is destroyed, Callus is pissed off, the Witness is even more pissed off. Because now something called the final shape is being delayed. He doesn't want it to be delayed. They are literally right at the final fucking doorstep. They need this to happen. So, now that we have control over the Cloud Arc, technically we're holding it at last stand. Callus, now basically being threatened that he won't be part of this alleged final shape, says, fuck it, I'm going down there my fat ass self. So then we have this massive final battle, sort of, at the events of the Cloud Arc, which kind of makes us think to ourselves, okay, we need to go deeper into the Cloud Arc, which is where we go deeper and find older tech that doesn't call it the Cloud Arc, and in fact calls it something called the Veil. We don't know what the Veil is, but the closer we get to the Veil, the more we feel darkness, paracausal energy, similar, but also the exact opposite to the Travelers. This is when we see a massive, I don't even know what you want to call it, vegetable? A massive, like, inverse fucking Traveler. It's so fucking weird to look at. I wish I had a picture, because it is like a goddamn rutabaga. It is a fucking turnip if I ever saw one. So a massive turnip. Let's go with that one. We see this massive galactic turnip just, like, slowly pulsating in front of us, and we're sitting there thinking to ourselves, okay, what the fuck is that? Because all the data states it's called the Veil, which sounds similar to the darkness. So, the Veil must be the Traveler's version of the darkness. Got it. The Veil is just Dark Traveler mode. Got it. So the Witness needs the Veil to do something to the Traveler to invoke the final shape. Fuck, that's horrifying. We can't let that happen. And then Callus shows up and says, hello! I've come here to kill you this time. So we kill Callus. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I want to say it was a fun boss fight, but apparently everyone disagrees with that concept. So I'm going to say this. That was a bullshit boss fight, because he spawned like 2 or 3 tormentors in that boss fight, and there's a lot of room for you to just not get... There's a lot of room in that area for you to just completely lose your super and your jumping ability, and for you to just get thrown off the edge. I'm sorry, but that entire room was bullshit. I don't know what Bungie was thinking with that. But anyways, you kill a bunch of Tormentors, you kill a bunch of Cabal, you finally master Strand, and best of all, you finally kill Callus after all those robo versions of him you killed. And after all those times he paid you to entertain him. Like the slut we are. We finally killed Callus. Thank fucking God. But there's just one problem. You know how I said that we got to see something through the Witness's point of view from our Ghost, because our Ghost was talking like the Witness's POV? Yeah, apparently we were so close to the Veil that our Witness started talking like that our Ghost started talking like the Witness again. Ha, guess what, motherfucker? The Witness took over our Ghost, and then he used the Veil to do the thing to the Traveler. So then he cut a massive triangular interdimensional hole portal thing into the Traveler, and the Witness then entered the Traveler, and we pretty much sat there like, fuck, we just lost the war, didn't we? Oh, shit. And I wish I was joking, but that ends Lightfall. We literally found a whole ass new civilization, found out that this civilization was thriving off mental power from the darkness itself, only to be told, hey, you lose. So yeah, that happened. So that ends Lightfall and brings on Season of the Defiance, the worst season I think we've ever received from Bungie, period. Because what had happened was that the Shadow Legion, Callus's evil Shadow Legion, started setting up tiny little Shadow Legion pyramid ships on parts of the planet, on Earth, to kidnap people, to make us come after them and kill them, to rescue these innocent civilians. Why were they kidnapping civilians? No reason. Why did they do any of this? No reason. Why was this activity so hard? No fucking reason. They did all this for no explainable reason, and I hate it. That's the ending of Season of Defiance. Oh, by the way, Amanda Holiday dies too. Again, for no reason. Fuck. I'm sorry, Season of Defiance. You really suck. You really suck. You have some really cool armor and loot. You just suck. You really fucking do. Season of the Deep. So, just like Witch Queen, out of fucking nowhere, Titan just reappears, and we go on a rescue mission to save Sloane, who is still alive. But we find out that Sloane can't give up her fight just yet because she found a giant proto-worm god, kind of the same thing that happened to the Hive before they became Hive. They were Krill and then they became Hive. Yeah, same thing kind of happened to this giant whale thing. It was a whale thing before it became a worm god. Just like Akka, Zol, Air, Ur, Yul, yeah, them guys. That's always fun. So, we have to then go deep into the methane sea of Titan, collect these things called calcified coral fragments, and then feed it to the giant whale thing so it'll tell us secrets of old. It'll tell us everything we want to know. Which is actually 110% true. That's exactly what fucking happens. The giant whale thing named Asa then tells us about, basically, the birthplace of the Witness. Asa literally tells us that the Witness, I'm not fucking joking, was once a civilization of an entire society of people that once ran into the Traveler. The Traveler did the exact same thing. It gave them a golden age and made everything better and cooler for them. And then all of a fucking sudden, out of the absolute goddamned blue, they found the veil, and once they found the veil, they said, hey, what if we connect the two worlds together? Because no offense, but the power of the light is a lot of chaotic and destruction. This is kind of bullshit on the light's part. And then the Traveler's like, hey, whoa, I detect what you guys are going to do. I'm going to start running now. So then once the Travelers start running, the entire civilization decides to say, screw it, we're going to join union. We're going to join consciousness and cause ourselves to become one singular being out of millions of individual beings. And we're going to call ourselves the Witness, and then we're going to chase the Traveler down from system to system to system until we finally get exactly what we're looking for. And because of this, we learned one more thing. The only one that knows how to stop the Witness is Savathun, so we need to resurrect Savathun. And this ends Season of the Deep, which leads us to Season of the Witch, which technically doesn't even start off with Savathun's resurrection. The season starts off with the fact that technically speaking, hear me out here, not exactly speaking, technically speaking, we can't resurrect Savathun because Evil Wrath is still hunting Savathun. So, what do we do instead? Quite simple. We have to create a hive god out of Eris Morn, use this thing called tithes to make her stronger. Again, sword logic. The more I kill, the more Eris Morn gets stronger. That type of whole bullshit. To make Eris Morn stronger, then technically Zivu Wrath, which technically we do and don't do. We kill off a large sum of hive. Even the Leviathan killer that Zivu Wrath sent us, which was actually a pretty difficult boss fight. I'm sorry about that, but damn. Just want to throw that out there. We kill the Leviathan hunter, and then, Eris Morn gets the incredible idea that she'll revive Zivu Wrath, or she'll revive Savathun, kill Savathun, and then use all of Savathun's tithes and make herself more powerful, which then made Eris Morn the most powerful hive god in existence for all of 10 seconds. And with that power, she used it to expunge Zivu-Arath's throne world, technically speaking, making her permanently mortal. She no longer had a throne world, which means she was powerful but weak, and if we killed her, that was it. Permadeath. Damn, that was actually pretty fucking cool of a season. And since we finally technically made Zivu Wrath super weak, we technically did make Savathun happy, and she basically told us to go to some puzzle room that she made just to torture us a little bit. To basically tell us, hey, if you want to go through that portal, you need to talk to an Ahamkara. We only know one fucking Ahamkara. Riven, whom we killed, but we could technically make a wish from her grave. And that ends Season of the Witch, which leads us to Season of the Wish. Now, for some context here, back in the day when Last Wish came out, when Last Wish initially came out, holy shit, there were these secret wishes all over the foundation of the Last Wish. So, yeah, long story short, there's this secret area called the Wishing Wall, and if you found one of these secret wishes hidden amongst the walls of the Last Wish, you could use that to interactively change and wish for things within the Last Wish raid. There was a total of I could be wrong. There was a total of 14 wishes. The community only found 13. So according to the story, this last wish was in fact the secret wish that we were told about fucking years ago. So we've literally been planned out to do this shit for years. Fuck. And here I am doing all this the day before they shut down the servers for the final shape. Fuck me. So, we resurrect the spirit of Riven to enact this last wish, but unfortunately, Riven doesn't want to do it, and she doesn't have any bargaining tools for her to actually do it. Then, we pull out the fact that we know that she still has a clutch of eggs out there. A clutch of eggs that was saved by her mate, because her mate did not want their eggs to end up being destroyed or killed in the Great Hunt that was caused by Marasov, and technically abducted Riven to keep her safe for their own secretive purposes. Damn it, Marasov, why are you such a baddie, but so bad at being a good person? Like, why do you suck at genuinely just being a genuine person? Fuck, I can't keep doing this shit. Anyways, though, so we finally collect all the eggs, and Riven kind of tells us, hey, the wish is very specific. I can only send one person to the other side. So we decide to say, fuck it, let's send Crow for two reasons. Number one, if we send a Guardian, we can intertwine a device that Osiris is making that will tether the veil to that Guardian to the other side of the portal, wherever that may or may not be, so that way it will guarantee a safe passage for every Guardian. Zavala, me, Cade, no, not Cade, Cade's dead, Ikora, every Guardian. And fucking then, we can finally enter the portal and completely stop the final shape from happening, period. And the second reason is because Crow, aka Oldrensov, and Marasov have a special twin bond thing, so that way technically they can feel each other's heartbeats and know if they're still alive and if they're on the other side of the galaxy and stuff like that. Like, they'll know exactly where they are. So once Crow goes through the portal, if he's alright, Marasov will be able to tell he's alright, and Crow will be able to find a way to get us an opening into the portal. And that's exactly what fucking happens. We send Crow through the portal. Crow goes through the portal, everything's a-okay. There was a season finale where apparently the Vex of the Soul Divisive did try to recreate the Black Heart again, but hey, your boy here did it once, your boy here will do it again. The Guardian went in, broke the fucking shit, and everything is a-okay. And that concludes the lore from Season of the Wish. The only thing I think I completely missed out on and ignored was the Lightfall raid, which is the Root of Nightmares, which, if I could sum that up in the slightest fucking bit, I'll explain this here and now. The massive light beam that the Traveler shot at that one pyramid ship, yeah, apparently it accidentally hit a certain piece of Nezarec that was found in that ship, which was just enough to completely revive Nezarec, and Nezarec then used his nightmare powers to affect the veil to cause nightmares all over Neomuna. So the Guardians just went to the pyramid, traversed through the incredible designing environment, kill Nezarec, call it a fucking day. And that is everything. That is the lore from everything that happened in pre-Destiny 1 to Destiny 1 to pre-D2 to D2. That is literally 10 years, 9 to 10 years worth of lore in one video. I am done. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm gonna go fall asleep, and I'm also gonna stop talking for hours. I cannot feel my throat. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe for more. I'm going to stop talking for like the next couple days. I'll see you, Legend Players, in the next video.